guys require some work. Actually, no, I was back at 190. How does that even work? It was capped at 100 for like 10 seconds. All right, refresh. No, but it's at 190. I didn't set 190 as the viewer cap. It's 100. What do y'all see, chat, in the viewership? This is 100 for me. Okay, it just shows me 190. Mm. 190, 100. Man, the cap is broken, I guess. Okay, now I'm back at 100. That should keep people out. Does it just stop the number from going up? It just stops the number from going up. It doesn't kick people out. Now I'm back at 190. Why is it bouncing between 100 and 190? It can't figure out where it's supposed to be. Yeah, we're gonna put a cap on 1,000. Now what happens? Head and wrist is 190. Twitch native is 100. I see 100. I see 190. So I didn't even know Chatterino shows view counts. Oh, it does. 190. There are more than 100 people in here for sure. Let's count. Everybody start counting up from 1. No repeat numbers. This is how we figure out how many people are in here. Okay, there are a few repeat numbers there. Can Twitch chat not count? 7. There's 2 7s, there's 2 5s, 3 5s, about 3 4s. Twitch chat is impatient. I'm also impatient. I say 5 first. I see 239. Yeah, I put the cap. I put the cap at 1,000, so that makes sense. That's probably how many people are in here right now. 239. Oh, okay. If this is a part of Twitch's API, it would be kind of funny to make like a Twitch channel point reward to cap the viewership for like, I don't know, 10 minutes or something. That'll be interesting. And now we're at 250 exactly. High collab win. I'd rather than that. Oh, lordy. Anyway, what's going on, chat? What did I miss? I was gone for a few days. I'm trying to get stuff ready because I move relatively soon, like in about a month. And so I have to go back to Los Angeles soon to pack all my stuff up and then order and hire movers and then do all of that stuff. You streaming 3rd channel yet? Always. Tentative Denims win. Oh yeah, we were gonna cover that yesterday. Apparently this poll is fake. Oh no. Oh no. I dropped something. Oh, here it is. Knicks lost. There's evil in the garden. Is it crazy that I'm going for the Spurs? U.S. Senate, Maine, 2026. Susan Collins, 37. 43.7. Grand Planner, 43.1. Undecided, 13.3. Voters when informed about Grand Planner scandals, 48.2, 40.1, 11.1, 7 undecided. Is it fake? I mean, I know this is not a real pollster because I tweeted about them before. But it says PSI. It's not a real pollster. It's TPSI. The Public Sentiment Institute? What is that? Oh, this is a vibe coded website. You can tell. I got pushed out of the race, and the conspiracies are so annoying. Oh, I did see that. I did see Nithya apparently beat out Pratt somehow, some way. Oh, oh, that honestly surprised me. The fake polls get guy claims to recruit n equals 497 registered main voters through Pollfish, but if you actually try to do that, this site will tell you that 342 is feasible. This is the same guy who got caught making up fake AI responses to his last poll. I mean, his website is entirely vibe coded. Like, you can just kind of tell. What's up, Doodlebird? Tell by the here. I'll show you by the gradient background, the way the gradients on the buttons. Like, I don't know what even I don't even know what is going on here. Like, it's a vibe coded website. Um, there were a few things that I wanted to look at. Bad news from Reckless Ben. Um, but, or Mormons crying about being off of the the Pentagon like national religion list or whatever. We did see that. Well, I did see that a few days ago. And people were like, why is LDS not on this list? This is a safe space for Wemby supporters. My mom didn't believe me that his name was Wemby. I didn't see Trump get booed. I actually watched that yesterday. My mom and my dad were watching the finals. And I saw that and I burst out laughing. It was hilarious. Bro, people hate this man. That's so funny. Yeah, you can also hear it on the official broadcast too.
And bright stars through the perilous fights. Brush stripes and bright stars.
I also made a joke yesterday because I did not recognize his granddaughter. So I turned to my mom when they showed this, and I was like, "Is that Trump's new girlfriend?" And she was like, "That's his granddaughter." I was like, "Oh."
I'm Francis Rivera at NBC
He looks like
headquarters in
Clav.
New York.
Or does Clav look like her? You know, asking the real questions. Donald Trump's falling asleep in NBA Finals in Madison Square Garden. Honestly, I feel this a little bit when watching a bit baseball. Well, yeah, baseball, like basketball sometimes. He couldn't have put some shades on or something just to hide his eyes like a normal person. he's coming to the city and you're healing. Hilarious example about how everyone swears Fat Joe's a liar. And then we always give verification he's actually telling the truth. He has and just had a few minor details wrong.
Break down. The Knicks title, this.
Wait, hold on. Who is that talking? That sounds like Ack.
The Knicks title, this has been. I seen Hasidic Jews breakdancing with black kids outside the stadium. This is the greatest unification you've ever seen of this New York City in your life since 9/11. If you want to know.
Bro, you cannot be from New York and not mention 9/11. All right? You have to. If you're from New York, it has to be in at least one of your sentences in a given conversation.
What we felt like in 9/11 after the tragedy, it's what you're seeing around New York City, is everybody together. This is insane. I got a friend, he puts a screen in his backyard. He said the whole neighborhood, people he never talked to in his life, is walking through his house, opening the refrigerator. This is like, it's unbelievable, man. It's unbelievable. And you know, last night I had a random guy tell me, Joe, I never thought in my lifetime I'd see this. And I had to think right then and there and say, you know what? I never thought we'd win a chip either.
Yeah. Those should ask why he keeps saying the N-word. Anyway, I'm still going for the Spurs. I think it's funny. I root for the underdog. And they won last night, apparently. Which was just white DJ Khaled. Sure did. Indeed. Oh, and I I started playing God of War recently, replaying it. And then it's so funny because I got to a new section earlier this morning that I have never seen, and I played the entire game. 2018 Ragnarok, 2018. And then I'll play Ragnarok afterwards. Is he not mixed? I think he was like Puerto Rican. I don't know. He shouldn't be saying the N-word though. That's all I know. Outside of that, no clue. Yeah.
Episode 3.
Here, I don't want to get to this. Oh, and we can get to the Streaming University news, and then Hassan debating this guy in Israel Palestine. Like he's roasting Asman over his God of War take. I haven't seen Asman's God of War take. He's like, no woman, no woman, no woman. Is that what it was? Also, here we're gonna talk about Trump being
Donald Trump returned to New York City to attend.
Yes.
Game 3 of the NBA Finals, and he was shown on the Jumbotron at Madison Square Garden during the national anthem. The reception to the president's homecoming may not have been what he hoped for.
We'll put 20 million likes. We should get back on TikTok if they're clowning Asman going over there. People hating on this game. Sorry, 43-year-old.
I just don't think that there's a huge audience of people that are looking forward to playing. Sorry, I just don't think that there's a huge audience of people that are looking forward to playing a 43-year-old middle-aged mom. Sorry, I just don't think that there's a huge audience of people that are looking.
Like 1.2 million likes. I'm mad to it too. No cube in this edit. Fire. W. Who actually watches this chud? I'm actually crying. He's just upset that Kratos has the age appropriate relationship. 166,000 likes. talking about this is him. That's so funny. He said he's getting kind of cooked. I'm gonna be real. He's getting kind of cooked. We may be seeing the decline of Asmongold, where like his fan base gets more and more insular. More, I love this. I love seeing people clown Asmongold.
Urban mom who has a magic sword that she can
Almost 1 million as well. 600,000.
talk to, and she can cast magic spells with her hands. Nobody gives a shit about it.
My only beef with this trailer is that they should have given us more gameplay, so I don't have to keep seeing the same clips over and over again. But it is sick gameplay. It's really cool.
Urban mom who has a
And take away the fact that Kratos was voice acted and mocapped by black actors. True. Christopher Judge. They can cry all they want to.
I really want to know where Asmongold got the audacity to think he can critique women's looks. Where did he get that? It's hard for me to conceptualize that somebody is lacking that much self-awareness. But if you didn't already know, there was a trailer for the new God of War video game. I don't play it, so it's not like I know a ton about it. But the main character is a 40-year-old woman who is also a mom, and of course, Asmongold has so much to say.
I think she's actually 40, to be entirely fair. Like, she could be like 500 years old, technically. Like, we have no idea how old she actually is. Kratos isn't like 40 years old either. He's like 50.
About it because this character isn't hot enough for him. So he either wants video game characters he can goon to or play men.
There's a 20 to 200. Yeah, we don't really read too much into that. She just meant she looks 40. No, I think she's just going off of because she doesn't play. I think she's just saying what she's heard Asmongold say. Asmongold called her 40 years old. So she's like, I don't play it. So this 40-year-old woman, you know what I mean? I'm just saying that I'm correcting the record.
Also gooning too. So this is what the character looks like. He really doesn't like that she has bags under her eyes. And he said, who would want to play a 40-year-old woman? He said he wouldn't be upset if she looked like this, though. Like, as long as you make the woman for him to be able to...
This is also funny because he's a complete LARPer. She's dead. Like, she's not alive. Like, she just died. The trailer starts with her waking up from dying. Like, what did you expect to happen?
Then he's okay with it. And, somehow... he genuinely feels comfortable commenting on women's looks like this. It's crazy to watch how many men, when a woman, and we've seen this over and over again, this is nothing shocking, when an average, and mind you, this woman's not average looking, but when a woman is put in a video game, and she's not made specifically for these guys to goon to, then all of a sudden it's woke.
Can I say a hot take as well? No beef to this creator. She's correct. My hot take is I don't think, this is my too woke take as well. I don't think we should be normalizing the phrase goon. One, because I personally don't like it. I hate it so much. Right? But two, it's the same thing of the normalization of incel language, right? The people using Mog and stuff, right? We're feeding into and normalizing their language, right? When we shouldn't necessarily do that because it makes that more prolific, right? It should be a signifier that we can point out who incels are based on what language they use, right? If looks maxers are talking about looks maxing and facial symmetry and and mogging and bone smashing, we can clock exactly who that is. You know what I mean? Mog was a term stolen from bodybuilder forum communities, though. I mean, sure, but like, it's kind of the same thing about like Nazi language. How Nazis will take like other language that's used in niche communities and use it for their own niche communities, right? When you, as a person who's not a part of either of those communities, uses that language, it normalizes that language and lets them get away with being like, you know, Nazis in public. Does that make sense? It's like, it's kind of like how like I don't know how to describe this. Like Wojak has been like, when Wojak was just like a neo-Nazi 4chan thing, you could point out a neo-Nazi on 4chan based on the fact that they are like using like Wojak. But now Wojaks are so ubiquitous that somebody could be using a Wojak and not be like a neo-Nazi 4chaner, you know? And so it's a lot harder to spot the neo-Nazi 4chaners because their language and their memes and their jokes are so prolific in current language. Does that make sense? Not saying I entirely agree with you, but I can't say anything said for Pepe. Yes. Yeah, it's anything can be said, right? I'm not saying we can't use it. I'm just saying that, like, be aware of the type of language that you are ironically using, right? Or using to make fun of, like, other people. You feel me? But be aware of that because you could be adding to the normalization of that language because they want it to be prolific, right? They want you to ironically use it so that when they use it, they're not seen as a Nazi, right? Incels want their language to be ironically used, right? Or used like normally by regular people, that when they use it, they're not seen as weird, right? It just goes as far as like using like, you know, like Chad and Stacy's, so stuff like that, right? Even when we use it ironically to make fun of these people, right? It's letting them get away with using it in real life as well. Does that make sense? Yeah, even the term normies, exactly. So again, I'm not saying that you can't use it, you shouldn't use it. I'm just saying that, right? It's like people like using, and this is the same conversation that FD Signifier was talking about a little while ago, is that this language and a normalization of said language, even ironically or not, serves the purpose of Nazis because Nazis want, right, that language to be ubiquitous. They want to be able to use this language and not be pointed out as a Nazi. Does that make sense? Wait, Hassan is pulling better than Graham Plattner is? It's kind of funny. But less than Sean Hannity is. Oh. Net favorability. What is... I'm not clicking on this document. Why do they link like a... This is such a suspicious link. It is a very suspicious link. I'll take it for granted. I'll take your word for it. Scott Pelley's plus 10 though. Getting fired is good for Scott Pelley. Right. And it is also funny seeing Hassan's number grow, because seeing his number grow means that he's becoming more popular with like normal audiences as well. But he didn't pay for a domain. Now he probably just stole the PDF itself and couldn't be bothered to like actually get a link to the actual you know, like YouGov site. Being linked, nothing wrong with it, just AWS. I mean, it could be something wrong with it. We don't know, but this could be, technically speaking. Then it's fine. Trust it. I've learned to not trust PDFs after a video that I saw. But I opened it in a private browser. Yo, men hate Hassan. What do you mean 31% unfavorability? And he has 26% favorability. He has the highest favorability out of any race with black people. And the lowest unfavorability with black people. I don't know how we fix that. Have. Let's see. To be fair, no, even don't know, right? 58% don't know. But like for white, it's like 67% don't know. 70% very unfavorable. 179 total, all in House of Abbey heads. Yeah. That's not proportionate, right? This is like 1% of the white people polled. Yeah, I guess they or 50% in each category is don't know. I mean, that makes sense. Let's see. No degree, 20% unfavorable. College grad, 26% unfavorable. Let's see. Voters. Honestly, it's pretty split from between favorable and unfavorable for Harris voters. That actually kind of makes sense. For Trump, 36% unfavorable. That also makes sense. Ideology, lib, 24% favorable, 18% unfavorable. Moderate, 11, 20. Conservatives, 4, 32. That makes sense. MAGA supporter, 9% favorable. Find me the 9% MAGA supporters who love Hassan or are favorable of Hassan. Only 2% love Hassan. Most of them are somewhat favorable. Party identification, same split for the Democrats, basically, as the Harris. 13 to 20% independent, and 6 and then 9% for unfavorable. That is interesting. Also, boomers also don't like Hassan, which is not surprising. Where's he at? I'm comparing the Grand Platinum numbers to Hassan numbers. Black people like Hassan more, Grand Platinum more than Hassan, which is also kind of funny. His said cap. What other things are in here? The Democratic Party. Black people, 65%, 21%. White people, 33%, 61%. The Republican Party, 42% white people like, 52% don't. 60% black people like, 70% don't. That makes sense. Trump, 87% don't like Trump on job approval. 85% don't like Trump on the economy. 83% don't like Trump on inflation. Even for white people, 65% don't like Trump on inflation. Where's it at? I want to see conservative. Even 37% of conservatives don't like Trump on inflation. Right? 36% of Trump voters don't like Trump on inflation. You know? And then for the taxes, they do like Trump on taxes, of course. Not surprising. Government spending, they do like Trump. Black people obviously don't like Trump. Iran, this is actually pretty high. This is higher than I thought it would be. 67% approval of Trump, and then 26% disapproval of Trump. How long with Iran were last? A year or more. Oof. Trump voters. 20% think it's gonna last a year or more. 66% is gonna end for a year. Trump's effectiveness in Iran negotiations, which actually we'll actually talk about that as well, because there is updates on that. I'm pretty sure. It's him being booed. That's not necessarily what I was looking for. Hold on, let me see if I can find it.
Good Sunday morning. Today marks 100 days since the United States launched the first strikes against Iran. Midterm pressures are growing with no clear.
I've been getting cooked on CNN and Fox News, so I'm not surprised he's negative. Why do you think his approval of black voters went up? Depends on who they polled, honestly. There's not like a lot of black voters here being polled. In comparison to like white voters and Hispanic voters, most of the voters are white, so it's a smaller base being polled. But it's also a base that loves a Democrat. So I think I don't know. It's hard to tell. It's hard to say. He has had more black guests on. Campaign with Chris Rabb, I think that did well. But like, I don't know. I do a Threads poll. Also, when that other poll is the highest of Hispanic voters. Your own. We had 77% Hispanic voters. So I don't know how this stacks up to his previous their abilities. Hispanic voters like him less than white voters. You know? It's also, yeah, it's not a lot we're polled too. I actually have no idea why that is. I don't know.
End to the war in sight. On Friday, President Trump took his case to rural voters in Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin. At the invitation of the White House, we joined him at Custer Farms and had a wide-ranging interview that was unfortunately interrupted multiple times by the stormy weather overhead. President Trump, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here. We are going to talk about your visit while you're here in Wisconsin, but I'd like.
Didn't we see this already? Or is this before he walked out? Oh, no, this is the one that he walked out in.
Straighten out your press, because you know what?
Yeah.
Good Sunday morning. Today marks 100 days since the United States launched the first strikes against Iran. Midterm pressures are growing with no clear end to the war in sight. On Friday, President Trump took his case to rural voters in Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin. At the invitation of the White House, we joined him at Custer Farms and had a wide-ranging interview that was unfortunately interrupted multiple times by the stormy weather overhead. President Trump, welcome back to Meet the Press.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here. We are going to talk about your visit while you're here in Wisconsin, but I'd like to start off by talking about.
Can I find it?
The major issue that you are focused on.
I just looked up Hassan Black on YouTube, see what came up recently. There is nothing. Nothing is there. I don't think. There's nothing new or dropped, I don't think.
On every day, which is Iran. Sunday will mark 100 days since the first strikes. Your Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, said that the
Loner box showed up.
And yet just this week, Iran attacked U.S. allies in the region, calling it retaliation for a set of U.S. airstrikes. Is the United States at war with Iran?
Oh, I also did see this video from Hassan about more Pegasus. I just saw Loner Box's channel pop up and it made me think of that. Hold on.
Well, they've been largely decapitated, and I call it a military exercise because people would rather have it called that. It's not a big war for us. It's not. We're the most powerful military in the world. I built it, frankly. I built it in my first 4 years, and I'm using it a little bit in my second 4 years. Their Navy is gone. Their Air Force is gone. Their anti-aircraft is gone. They might have built it up a little bit over the last 4 weeks during this little ceasefire that we did at the request of some very good people, very, very fine people from, actually from numerous places, as you know. You know, there are a lot of people involved, but from Pakistan in particular, the Field Marshal and the Prime Minister. And we're very close to having a deal, and if we don't have a deal, we'll do it one way or the other. Either way, we win.
I do want to talk about the terms of any potential deal in just a moment, but let me just follow up with you. You did post on social media just this week, my final negotiations to end the war with the Islamic Republic of Iran. There is a naval blockade in place, which technically is an act of war under international law. So is this a war as long as there's a naval blockade in place? Well, we have a blockade. It's been extremely effective. And the reason we have it is they try to blockade, and now we blockaded them. And as you know, they're losing $400 to $500 million a day. It's not sustainable for them. They have an economy that's shot in addition to everything else. Their leaders are gone. Their generals are gone. Their first tier and second tier are gone. Much of their third tier is gone. But they put up a blockade, and so we blockaded them, and we have the ultimate blockade. I don't consider that a war, but if you want to define it as such, I guess you can. Well, how do you define it? I don't define it at all. I don't think about it. I just do what I have to do. But if you're not specifically calling it a war, would you consider sending some of the troops who are stationed there, who were sent because of Operation Epic Fury there home? No, would you consider sending them home if it's not technically a war? We don't need as many troops. I think it's just like it's on the, to err on the side of caution. We have a lot of people there. They're very safe. You know, if you think we beat Venezuela, we lost nobody. We took over the whole country. We lost nobody. We have a great relationship, by the way, with Venezuela. Venezuela is doing very well, but we lost nobody. We've lost 13 people here, and that's a lot. 13 people too many. But if you look at Vietnam, where hundreds of thousands of people were killed, if you look at any one of the last 7 or 8 wars where many, many people were killed, we lost 13. And again, 13 is too many. I don't want to lose any. But 13 is less than anybody's ever even envisioned. I think we're doing a great job. But so are you saying you would consider sending some of the troops home, sir? Some of the 50,000 troops who were sent there as a part of Operation Epic Fury? I would say this. It costs us very little to keep them there. I don't consider them in danger. We have the best defense anyone's ever seen. We have the best offense anyone's ever seen. So I don't consider it danger. I would say it would be foolhardy to do that because maybe we may use them. It's unlikely, but I think we'll keep them there until such time as we have a completion. And when we have a completion, you will see things like you've never seen. The oil will go down. The stock market already, as you know, it's hit an all-time high. Even in the midst of it, it hit all-time highs. We had 73 all-time highs in a short period of time that I've been in office, which is a record, by the way. And, you know, we're doing very well. But the main thing is we cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. Can't do it. What is and we won't do it. Yeah, you just referenced the 13 Americans who were killed. And I want to know what your red line is. What would trigger you to restart military action? Would it be Iran killing more American citizens? Well, certainly that would be something that I would think about very seriously. But my red line would be if I think I wasn't going to make a deal or if I wasn't going to make a deal fast enough. So we're having very good negotiations with the people that are leading the country now. It's the third group that we've been dealing with, and they are different. And you could say it's regime change, actually.
I'm back. I had a Rice Krispie treat somewhere yesterday. I don't remember where I put it. And now I don't have Rice Krispie treat anymore.
Because these are very different people. I find them to be more rational. Very smart.
Who is that? Who's leading the country?
Well, I don't want to go into names, but you know who they are. I mean, they're leaders. They're respected. respected by the people that have to respect them. They are calling the shots. We know that because we see it through various tests.
What's that? This
President
is
Trump gave an
version?
almost 40-minute interview to NBC News last weekend before abruptly walking out of the Wisconsin barn that it was being held in. Let's fact check it.
Their Navy is gone. Their Air Force is gone.
Trump has made this claim repeatedly for a few months. It seems to be mostly true.
They're losing $400 to $500 million a day.
This claim could be true, or at least no one has refuted it.
You insisted no new wars.
I didn't guarantee no war.
Trump promised this many times over, including during his acceptance speech.
I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. They have some missiles that percentage-wise, maybe 21, 22% of their missiles. It's a lot of missiles.
Not true. Iran has retained 70% of their missiles.
The stock market already, as you know, it's hit an all-time high, even in the midst of it.
This one's true. The stock market has reached several all-time highs during the war.
Obama flew a Boeing 757, and they gave them 1.7 in green.
The U.S. had a long-standing debt with Iran that Obama paid back with interest as part of a nuclear agreement. They had to fly it by plane because there was no way to wire the money.
You know, it expired long ago. I terminated it.
Trump appears to be fact-checking himself in real time here. The deal expired because he terminated it in 2018.
After it was ripped up, there weren't guardrails, and they escalated their production of enriched uranium.
Excuse me. It takes years to do these things.
As Trump just acknowledged like 10 seconds ago.
You know, it expired long ago.
Giving Iran years to potentially develop a nuclear weapon. And many experts say that Iran did advance its nuclear weapons program as a result of Trump ending the deal.
Obama was a path to a nuclear weapon. Mine is a wall, just like I built it.
I mean, that's technically true in that, like, as time passes after the Obama's nuclearization deal, and then Trump came in office, he killed the deal. Then technically that could be seen as a path towards nuclear weapons, but like it was not Obama's like direct
1,000 miles of wall.
In his first term, Trump built 452 miles of wall, but only 80 of those miles were new barriers. In his second term so far, he's built around 30 miles.
So the official name is highly enriched uranium. I call it nuclear dust because it seems to be nice and everyone understands it better and it's sort of cute.
It is sort of cute.
What is your
It's hard to follow this fact checking
message to farmers?
because he's not really providing like the context to each claim that he's fact checking. It's just Trump being like, I built wall. The guy was like, Trump did not build wall. It's just like, what's the concept of this conversation? Like, what is the, like, fact checking matters in the context of the wider conversation that they're having. If Trump is building up to a wider point, it doesn't matter necessarily, you know, how much wall that he built if that's not the main point of the conversation. You know? That doesn't make much sense. Iran has hard said that we will not give you a nuclear appeasement. We want our frozen money, yank Israel's chains, get them fully out of Lebanon. That's the real deal.
Who support you, but who say they're struggling.
Not all farmers love Trump. In fact, many directly blame him for their losses, saying that he hasn't kept his promises.
The election was rigged. It was a dirty election.
Once again, no evidence the 2020 election was stolen.
You're either crooked or you're stupid.
Kristen Welker is not crooked. She's a great journalist and super smart.
Happening right now.
Like, that's not a fact check. That's an opinion. Like, you're just debating Trump on his opinion versus your opinion. Like, well, let me fact check you, Trump. She's actually a great journalist. It's just like, I don't get liberals. Like, is that the most like pressing concern that needs to be like addressed?
Now in California.
Trump has been claiming the ongoing primary elections in California are rigged. Here's what's really happening. California's primary vote counting has always taken a long time due to mail-in voting. Similar to 2020, Trump tends to pick the moment that Republicans were highest in the vote count as the final result and ignores all the votes counted after the fact. There is no evidence of fraud.
Do you have evidence to support
All I have to do is look.
I don't see anything yet.
And I listen. And I listen to people. And let's see what happens.
Did you hear that? It was a red cardinal.
Mr. President, let's please. I traveled all the way to Wisconsin.
I've sat in the rain with you.
I know.
I've sat in the rain with you for an hour.
Okay, unless she traveled by covered wagon, it's a 3-hour direct flight from New York to Chippewa Falls. President
I can't with liberals, bro.
That we've given. It's a little bit strange because you have leaders that have been there for a long time and they get wiped out. Then you have leaders that you also know, the second tier, and they get wiped out. All of a sudden, we're dealing with different people. But no, I think that...
Yeah, I wonder why. He's like, listen, we're trying to do negotiations, but seemingly seems that like every time we try to do negotiation, they just need to keep adding new people to the negotiation.
We'll either have something done fairly quickly or we'll finish it out militarily.
Are you talking about the son of the supreme leader?
He's a part of it, yes.
He has not been seen in public. What is his status? Have you talked to him directly?
I do believe they have great respect for him. I see it. I mean, they want to get his concurrence. They've said to me, they've said to others that they're looking for approval, and he is part of the approval process, absolutely.
Have you spoken to him directly?
I didn't Trump would go Brandon quite this fast. Trump has always been Brandon. They've been exactly the same. Trump's just gotten away with it because the expectations are so much lower. I think Brandon was a little bit worse. Well, he was always incoherent. Like, you could never understand what this man was saying.
I would if he'd like to, but I have not spoken to him directly.
Do you know where he is?
I will tell you, they do.
How he is?
Yeah, they do pay homage to him. I would tell you if they didn't. They seem to, based on what I see, they seem to respect him a great deal.
Do you know where he is? Do you know how he is doing physically?
I don't want to say whether or not I know where he is, but there's a good probability that I do.
Is he inside Iran?
I'd rather not say that.
Okay, he is the son of the last supreme leader, who was obviously a hardliner. Is this younger Khomeini any better for the United States than his father was?
Younger, I think more rational, injured. He's pretty badly injured. So there's a certain bravery there. A lot of people, if they were injured that badly, they wouldn't be talking about, how are we doing with the United States? They'd have other things on their mind.
Has there been a botting issue? What is the cap for? Nah, it's just for the memes.
So there's a certain bravery there. But
on Twitch, yes, there's been a botting issue on Twitch. On my channel, no, it's just for the memes.
He is very seriously injured, yeah.
What is the status of talks exactly in this moment? How close are you to making a deal? Are we talking about days, weeks, months, Mr. President?
I think we're very close. We have a couple of points. They don't even seem like big points. They've conceded the fact that they will not have...
I don't think we're going to get anything new out of this. Am I crazy on that? I don't think this is going to provide us anything new. I don't think Trump knows about anything new.
The boys are liars. The boys are liars. Say your goodbye. He doesn't see ya. You're not looking at me, boy.
So... we can keep watching him yap about like stuff that he obviously doesn't care about. But there are other things.
You should report that.
Like Hassan's debate with Louis Goodall. This is something that I heard that popped off. We covered this. Trump being booed. It was funny. Covered Asmongold's stuff.
Hassan Piker is one.
He was probably rescued after a helicopter goes down in the Strait of Hormuz. But like, I think it's gonna be
Now to decision.
New York City, not New York City, other place. Los Angeles mayoral race is also an option. Let's start with. Honestly, we could start with a little bit of the unserious news, which is more Pegasus's drama stuff.
That person to the authorities in Singapore. They have extremely strict laws against cyber harassment and spreading misinfo on the
debate was ridiculous, clipped and muted. Really?
Internet? Wait. Like, this one is my favorite. This one, the Pegasus guy.
The debate's kind of raunchy a little bit. I kind of want to watch it. It's also 53 minutes.
Thank you so much for joining us. We had booked this and hoped that it would be in person, but instead you're joining us, I think, from LA for reasons we can get into. We will get into it in full, but it must have been a little bit of a curious week.
Is this the same like broadcast that has all the callers calling being like, I hate my current government, they suck? Is that the same broadcast? I think I remember. Also has like the white lady. Yes. LOL. And I'm thinking for the 37-month tier 2. Or is you an American accent? I don't know actually. Whenever I think about like cheddar adjacent callers, I always go like Southern American.
For you,
there's actually British potential like cheddar callers who call in being like, I have one based opinion and this is what it is.
With the UK.
Yeah, I mean, I still got much
More
love for
Pegasus
the
got
UK.
scared. Wait, did more Pegasus actually get scared?
And I feel bad for all of my friends out there fighting the good fight. But yeah, I was definitely not expecting the Labor government to be the government that bars my entry into the country, especially considering that I've been to the UK on numerous occasions, both under Keir Starmer's rule, but certainly under Tory leadership for the past decade or so, unimpeded. And I've delivered numerous speeches inside of the United Kingdom until this very last incursion, I guess.
But it's the case, isn't it, that you're still planning to, or the Oxford Union, which is one of the events that you were coming to address or coming to undertake, that's still going to go ahead?
Oxford Union actually defended both myself and Cenk Uygur, my uncle, and wanted to continue putting on the event as an act of defiance, I guess, in violation of the spirit of this travel ban.
So your understanding is that you are basically prohibited from coming to the UK for the foreseeable future? Have you actually had any communication from the Home Office?
No, the only communication I've gotten from the Home Office is the revocation of my ETA. And they told me that it's not something that I can oppose, and that if I would like to travel to the UK, I have to get a different visa, that I have to apply for like an actual visa. Given how close this was to the actual travel date, the suggestion was pretty clear. They just did not want me to attend the events that I was supposed to attend inside of the United Kingdom. Especially considering, from what I understand, that the visa process for all these other visas, which is totally unique for an American citizen, by the way, because our countries are supposed to have a special relationship, which implies that as an American citizen, visa-free travel was the norm into the UK for the longest time, and the visa on arrival is the way that things go nowadays. I had taken the precaution to get the ETA ahead of time, just to make sure that there were no issues. And the fact that they revoked it so close to travel implies that they just wanted to not allow me in. And also, they told me I can still apply for a different type of visa, but no guarantees there.
We'll return to that because I want to talk a bit more broadly about politics, but about American politics and UK politics as well, because you've got a lot of insight and a lot of interesting things to say. I mean, I suppose just on it, though, actually, funnily enough, even though your prohibition into the UK has received a lot of attention here, in terms of kind of the question of borders and of people getting into one country or another, in the UK at the moment, a lot of the discourse, and I think in a lot of European politics as well, is the idea of actually with the World Cup coming up, that lots and lots of Brits or Europeans, particularly those who might have said critical things about the Trump administration, might not be allowed into the US. Now, as a journalist who regularly goes into the US and has had a few things to say in my time about the Trump administration, I have to say I've never encountered this myself. But this is a sort of peculiar time, isn't it, when we've got European countries and American countries, you know, two very close sets of allies sort of across two continents, talking about whether or not we're going to let our citizens mutually in to each other's territories.
Yeah, it's absolute bedlam. There is no more coalition, or rather, the coalition of forces that are taking shape right now are some of the most dangerous and most odious types of politics that I've ever experienced in my lifetime. You have the MAGA movement, which by my estimation is almost turning into this behemoth of an international fascist movement, really, that has close associations with both reform in your country and also Restore Britain as well. And there's this weird allegiance where we're becoming more toxic against one another, and the age of international rule-based order is seemingly being cast aside.
I do love that Americans will just like never learn from this, right? Because like this is kind of like obviously not like Hassan or anybody left wing, but like the MAGA like people, the MAGA base. This is kind of what they wanted, right? They wanted somebody who would like do away with civility and nicety politics, and they wanted somebody who would stand up to the other leaders to show them how great America truly is and how we are the bestest of boys or whatever. And then they go and travel outside the country and they're just like, why does everybody hate American? Right? I went to Australia and I showed my American passport and somebody spit at me. Like, why do they just hate Americans? Like, you kind of wanted that to happen, right? You wanted Donald Trump to win, and you wanted Donald Trump to give the middle finger to all these other foreign leaders, right? And say, yeah, America first, America's the greatest. But then you're getting mad when you do your trip and your travel, right, to Europe, and then like they spit at you. You go to Australia and they spit at you, and nobody likes you anywhere. Like, that's kind of your entire thing. It's our cultural export.
I find it to be very dangerous. I find it to be very worrisome. I don't think it's just about.
Also, this is the most predictable outcome possible because people were like this when Bush was in office too. Well, I was like a baby at that point, so I didn't know. But yeah, but also Americans never learn, ever.
Being able to enter the United States to go watch your favorite football team, defeat the Americans or whatever. There are far greater consequences, I think, later down the line. But it has been interesting to see the universal condemnation of this act from places that I never thought would actually defend me. Pro-Israel outlets such as the Free Press or even The Economist and the Washington Post editorial board have all collectively panned the British government's decisions. But then there's also a lot of right-wingers who actually celebrated it, and I find that very odd as well, because they're probably coming to the United States of America to watch their national teams play, and what if their travel is impeded in the same process?
It's interesting, just to take you back to that phrase you just used. You think that there is an international fascistic organization that's forming, and you would elide the MAGA movement and reform and restore. And restore is an interesting one because, of course, it's. I think a lot of listeners and viewers to this show might be surprised that restore is even known in the United States. Surprised it's even known across the UK. But I was in CPAC in Dallas not long ago, and actually I was taken aback, actually stunned, by the number of people who knew who Restore were, who knew who Rupert Lowe, the MP for Great Yarmouth, who on paper would be quite an obscure figure in the United States. But actually, no, he's very well known.
Yeah, and a part of the reason is because I think we live in the age of the internet, and like I said, there is an international component amongst far-right elements in European society, certainly, or even South Korean society, as a matter of fact. I mean, Charlie Kirk, before he was assassinated, had traveled to Japan and South Korea and through these massive events with the South Korean far-right, and they were all wearing MAGA hats. I find that both fascinating and also terrifying at the same time, that there is this amalgamation of right-wing forces that are not necessarily adjusted to their own local considerations and their own local problems, but instead they get their notes from MAGA and they wear MAGA merch, which I find very strange. I feel like it's not even a principled version of nationalism that you would expect from these old school fascists. It's very interesting to observe.
What do you make of, as someone who has probably been thinking about British politics a little bit more than you might have otherwise been, when you see where we are in British politics, you see Nigel Farage, you talk about Rupert Lowe and Restore, what do you make of where British politics is at the moment, and particularly in relation to US politics? Do you see US politics
Utter devastation.
Devastation? Why do you think devastation?
Utter devastation. One of the early warnings that, it's not a secret that I was a big fan and big supporter of Jeremy Corbyn. Indeed. and still am now a friend to Jeremy Corbyn as well. Honored to know him.
And he's defended you this week.
Yeah, he has. And so has Zach Polanski. I've collaborated with Zach as well at times. So what I will say is, since the Corbyn ouster, it was very clear that Labour was headed down a very dangerous path, going back to Blairite versions of the party, if not far worse, right-wing elements in the party overtaking the entirety of Labour. And one of the warnings that I delivered on the night of the election, after Keir Starmer won, with less votes than Jeremy Corbyn had, ironically enough, was that if the Labour government continues down the line of austerity and refuses to address some of the economic hardships that people are experiencing, that has caused a lot of the former Labour strongholds to turn into areas captive by reform, and first the Tories and now even reform, I was worried that far right elements were going to overtake British politics, and they certainly did. As a matter of fact, the Green Party's surge has only been the last saving grace of British politics to a certain degree. Considering that I think in the absence of this Green Party resurgence, Labor would be eviscerated, and then you would have an eclectic group of, I guess, independent MPs and maybe your party as well. To a
What did they talk about Israel?
Degree, tried to put a strong opposition against
Because we have a functioning Green
behemoth
Party. We have a functioning Green Party. They're there. They're around. If you stretch the definition of functioning,
that the Reform Party has become.
Are you talking to Polanski much? Are you advising Polanski?
I wouldn't say I'm advising him, but I chat with him every now and then.
He's particularly in the last couple of weeks. I mean, he's receiving, as you might imagine, ferocious media attention, and a lot of the newspapers are coming for him in a very big way, and they found some things that are embarrassing to him, and so on. Some of which he's acknowledged. What would you say to him as someone who has been very, very successful in corralling the power of digital media on the left? What would you say to him about how to deal with the traditional media?
Be bold.
So who is he talking about again?
Be brave. Don't be afraid to be contentious at times. Stay on message always. I think one of the things that Zoran Mamdani, the mayor of New York City, did so expertly in spite of the barrage of attacks and heinous smears that he was receiving, not dissimilar to what Zach Polanski is currently going through, was he would always play this intellectual judo where he would consistently reframe the conversation back to, and dare I say, expertly back to a key policy of his platform. I think this was a major issue with Jeremy Corbyn. The anti-Semitism smears were unfounded and totally ridiculous. However, it wasn't necessarily the idea that the broader British public found Jeremy Corbyn's politics to be odious and that he was a sincere anti-Semite. There was a little bit of hysteria there for sure, but it was the fact that he constantly found himself addressing these accusations, because we have a finite amount of time on every broadcast, especially when a politician is running for office. And if you utilize that time consistently on the defense, consistently having to answer accusations that people have made about you without actually addressing what your platform is, or even why people might be very upset at you, because oftentimes it's not the smear itself that is valid, then people are only going to remember you as an unserious person that is constantly in controversy.
Is that completely fair, Hassan Parker? I mean, remember that the Equality and Human Rights Commission in this country conducted an investigation into anti-Semitism into the Labour Party, and it concluded that Jeremy Corbyn, when he had led it, had committed unlawful acts related to anti-Semitism. Key findings included Labour was responsible for unlawful harassment, discrimination, there were serious failings of leadership, an inadequate process for handling anti-Semitism complaints. Two things can be true at once. It can be true to say that people who...
I mean, this is where you would ask him to define what acts that he deems are unacceptable and Jeremy Corbyn committed. You know what I mean?
Perhaps had ulterior motives, decided that they wanted to use some of this to try and undermine Jeremy Corbyn, but it can also be true to say that Jeremy Corbyn led the Labour Party during a period when it did things that it shouldn't, and it didn't do other things that it should have done.
Like what? Such as? Right? Because, I mean, we currently see, like, the current UK government, like Palestine Action is a perfect example of this, right? Like harassing and accosting Palestine Action organization who stands for Palestinian liberation, deeming them as an anti-Semitic organization, right? Do you think that that's the case? Do you think that they're truly like an anti-Semitic organization when they fight for Palestinian liberation? Right? So you have to understand that the government's, even like the British government's like a distinction of like what they consider to be like an anti-Semitic act or a hateful act, right? Their barometer is a little bit, a little bit off in that regard.
In regards to anti-Semitism.
Right, it's like the definition that people in America are trying to push for about anti-Semitism being any criticism of Israel is considered anti-Semitic, right? You can't just look at like what the state's distinction of it is. You have to also look at the acts themselves and whether or not they fall into like an anti-Zionist versus anti-Semitic framing, right? I'm not saying that the people on the left can't do or commit anti-Semitism or do anti-Semitic acts, but like the UK has already demonstrated that they are not good on that barometer or placing that barometer somewhere.
Well, this ironically also dovetails back into my travel ban as well. But I think if what happened to Jeremy Corbyn was taking place right now in 2026 with the current understanding of the actions of Israel or the ideology of Zionism or the history of the development of the Israeli state, I believe that these attacks would not have been anywhere near as successful, because what we
exactly
consider to be anti-Semitism is, which I find to be morally repugnant. Let's just make that clear, and completely unacceptable, as does Jeremy Corbyn, in the conversations that I've had with him at least, was oftentimes matched up with criticisms of Israel, or even a defense, or even analysis conducted on why certain militancies exist in opposition to Israel, prescribed terrorist organizations such as Hezbollah, or prescribed terrorist organizations such as Hamas. But any kind of mention or any kind of conversation with these prescribed terrorist organizations was deemed to.
I mean, no one would doubt that there is tremendous anger, and many people would say absolutely rightful and righteous anger towards the actions of the government of Israel under Benjamin Netanyahu. Would you also accept, though, that sometimes, and perhaps this happens under Jeremy Corbyn, and perhaps you yourself at times have been guilty of this, that sometimes that fury, which again many people might think is rightful or righteous against Zionism, and in particular the type of Zionism that is prosecuted by the Netanyahu government, has spilt over into anti-Semitism, and that it is best to, and it is right to, some
like, in what way? Like, you have to describe that. You can't just say, do you think that like sometimes people who are anti-Zionist could also be anti-Semitic? Like yeah, like in a theoretical sense, that's obviously the case. Like, there's nobody who's exempt from doing anti-Semitism, but like you have to define whether or not that is actually the case, right? You have to define whether or not those actions, right, actually fall under a meaningful definition of anti-Semitism, right? You can't just like vaguely gesture towards anti-Zionist thoughts and beliefs and be like, well, do you think that some of them may think anti-Semitic things? Because like, probably, right? That's probably the case. That does not mean that their actions, right, or even their rhetoric falls under like the umbrella of anti-Semitism. Sometimes it does, and it can, right? But like, you can't pull out exceptions and try to make that a rule, you know?
sometimes acknowledge that fact and be honest about that fact.
Oh, absolutely. And I do acknowledge that. And I suspect Jeremy Corbyn at times has also acknowledged instances where it does go too far.
Well, he's never ever said, to my knowledge, he's never ever said that anything he has done or said has been anti-Semitic. Or...
I don't think he's...
Yeah, but like, why would he... That's a different thing, right? That is a different thing. The original question was, do you think that there are certain instances that happened under Jeremy Corbyn's leadership of the Labour Party, like, that could have gone, or be seen as anti-Semitic? That's basically what the question was. And Hassan was like, yeah, I've said that there are cases where it goes too far. I'm sure Jeremy Corbyn also thinks that. He's like, and then the response to that was like, well, Jeremy Corbyn never said that he was anti-Semitic, so checkmate. Like, that's not the question. The question was not whether or not Jeremy Corbyn himself harbors anti-Semitic beliefs or whatever. Right? The question originally was about Jeremy Corbyn's leadership and the things that happened under his leadership, under his watch. Now the conversation has switched to be Jeremy Corbyn's actual behavior, which is a different conversation.
Jeremy Corbyn has been personally anti-Semitic. We can go through the...
Watch a song react to this interview. I mean, if you have it, we'll look at it. Really cut out some of the song's responses and lower his audio in other spots. Yeah, this is that news to the docket for later. Yeah, I have it open already. It's right here.
Report if you would like.
I mean, if it's on if it's on a stream, you can probably find it somewhere. Was it yesterday? 2 days ago? 3 days ago? 4 days ago? There, I found it. That's how you know I'm washed. I have to do all the work myself now.
In forever, like they or have Twitter when they great home office special relationship, which age of international rule-based order is precise the hell out of it. Or do you have like did you stroke out like halfway through the conversation? You do like halfway through.
I have to say, I've never encountered this myself, but this is a sort of peculiar time, isn't it? When we've got European countries and American countries, you know, two.
Let's be real. And he doesn't believe there is one either, ironically enough. He believes that like Israel's reaction to October 7 is far more valid than the 75 years of apartheid occupation and denial of sovereignty of the Palestinians creates any environment where something like October 7 could happen. And that's, again, the main point of contention here. It's like you can't have one and not the other. If we're going to be consistent about like targeting civilians, then we should be consistent about targeting civilians. I don't believe in targeting civilians. Having said that, if we're going to talk about who is targeting more civilians, I mean, there's no conversation there. That's where the Hamas is 1,000 times better than Israel point comes from. I saw certain people celebrating how this exposes Assange's anti-Semitism. Yeah, you just don't. The reality of the matter is you don't see Palestinians as human beings. You see Jewish people as human beings. You see Israelis as human beings, but not Palestinians in general.
Been thinking about British politics a little bit more than you might have otherwise been. When you see where we are in British politics, you see Nigel Farage, you talk about Rupert Lowe and Restore. What do you make of where British politics is at the moment, and particularly in relation to US politics? Do you see US politics
Utter devastation.
Devastation. Why do you think devastation?
Utter devastation. One of the early warnings that, I mean, it's not a secret that I was a big fan and big supporter of Jeremy Corbyn. Indeed. And still am now a friend to Jeremy Corbyn as well. Honored to know him.
And he's offended you.
Yeah, we've seen this part.
He has. And he continues to that you're anti-Semite when a politician is running for office. And if you utilize that time consistently on the defense, consistently having to answer accusations that people have made about you without actually addressing what your platform is or even why people might be very upset. Processes within the Labour Party when he was under his leadership.
Corbyn, but it can also be true to say that Jeremy Corbyn led the Labour Party during a period when it did things that it shouldn't, and it didn't do other things that it should have done with regards to anti-Semitism.
Well, this ironically also dovetails back into my travel ban as well. But I think if what happened to Jeremy Corbyn was taking place right now in 2026 with the current understanding of the actions of Israel or the ideology of Zionism, or the history of the development of the Israeli state, I believe that these attacks would not have been anywhere near as successful. Because what we consider to be anti-Semitism, which I find to be morally repugnant, let's just make that clear, and completely unacceptable, as does Jeremy Corbyn, in the conversations that I've had with him at least, was oftentimes matched up with criticisms of Israel or even a defense or even analysis conducted on why certain militancies exist in opposition to Israel, prescribed terrorist organizations such as Hezbollah or prescribed terrorist organizations such as Hamas. But any kind of mention or any kind of conversation with these prescribed terrorist organizations was deemed to.
I mean, no one would doubt that there is tremendous.
What? Oh. Do they do this a lot? Disappointed in you? You should have defended Corbyn as much as that weirdo defended Israel. Wait, what?
I mean, it's something that I think that happens to Hassan all the time, which is just that like he'll get caught out where he won't record it on his side, and then all we have is this like, you know, misframed interview. This has happened multiple times, I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly. If only we knew mainstream media was bad faith.
I don't remember what else I said, but
So naive for some reason.
No.
I mean, to be fair, like from what I've seen, like LBC is not like you should pull a reckless bend.
I mean, I don't know why they just like cut that. Yes, they do that a lot, by the way. This is one of the few instances where I didn't record on my end because I didn't think it was going to be, I didn't think it was going to be bad. Damn. I mean, I'm sure they cut it for, look, I don't even remember what I said here. So I'm sure they just cut it for time, I suspect.
Tremendous anger, and many people would say absolutely rightful and righteous anger towards the actions of the government of Israel under Benjamin Netanyahu. Would you also accept, though, that sometimes, and perhaps this happens on Jeremy Corbyn, and perhaps you yourself at times have been guilty of this, that sometimes that fury, which again many people might think is rightful or righteous against Zionism, and in particular the type of Zionism that is prosecuted by the Netanyahu government,
from what I can tell is as close to center as you can get. Each segment is basically shaped entirely by the personal politics of the host, which way swings wildly from left to right. That makes sense. Makes sense. Abysmal. I can read. Pepto Abysmal. Thank you for the 21 months. Much appreciated. Sorry if I feel low energy today, Jack. I do feel low energy. I just have so much stuff I need to do and get ready because I fly out at the end of the week, go to LA, and then I'm gotta get stuff packed up to move, and there's a whole lot of stuff. But it's fine.
Into anti-Semitism, and that it is best to, and it is right to, sometimes acknowledge that fact and be honest about that fact.
Oh, absolutely. And I do acknowledge that. And I suspect Jeremy Corbyn at times has also acknowledged instances where it does go too far.
Well, he's never
been pretty firmly liberal Zionist since Singida got fired, though. I don't know much about LBC. All I know is that sometimes, I think earlier I saw a caller call in, like, laying into Israel, too, like a 6 months ago or something like that. I thought they were just, like, you know, it's just very lived up, but, like, lived up in a way that's, like, most of the country's, like, lived up, you know? Calls are different than the host. Yeah, but, you know, I don't know. I don't know much about LBC, so now I know.
Never said that anything he has done or said has been anti-Semitic.
I don't think Jeremy Corbyn has been personally anti-Semitic. We can go through the report if you would like, and I can maybe make a better assessment of some of his actions. Do
you think that you've ever said anything or done anything which could, in the cold light of day, be reasonably interpreted as anti-Semitism?
Absolutely, for sure. I mean, I'll give you an example personally. One of the things that I routinely deploy, one of the pejoratives that I routinely deploy, is inbred. And I use that against vulgar ethno-nationalism, vulgar fascism of all different sorts, because nationalism and fascism in general revolves around ethnic purity or religious purity or some kind of racial purity, right? I think we agree. White nationalists, Christian fascists, phalangists, numerous different sorts, right? And one of the things that they always bring up that I also personally identify as like something that could be misconstrued as me being anti-Semitic is when I call...
To be entirely fair, I think that's different than the conversation or than the question that he was posed. You know what I mean? I think what he was more saying was like, do you think you've been anti-Semitic before? As opposed to like, do you think that there's something you've said that could be misinterpreted as anti-Semitic? You know what I mean?
Called settlers. in the West Bank inbred. I said these inbred settlers, and that was.
I think you compared them to the KKK as well. Is that right?
Oh no, but I don't think that's anti-Semitic.
No, I'm not saying that's anti-Semitic, but I think I'm just giving the full context.
I did.
Yeah,
I did. I've compared them to neo-Nazis. I mean, Itzma Yehudit is Itamar Ben-Gvir's party. It's literally called the Jewish Power Party. It's not like they're hiding that they have fascistic.
But do you think it might ever be better sometimes just to never compare any Jews to Nazis? It might just be wise.
No. No. Because, like, the Nazis killed all kinds of people. Like, could a black person never be considered a Nazi? Could a disabled person never be considered a Nazi? Could Roma people never be considered Nazis? They killed a lot of people as well. Like if you act in a way that is fascist, right, or fascistic in nature, like they're just like, oh, sorry, you have a no Nazi pass for Jewish people. That's kind of crazy. Is that how we got Nazi? Yeah.
Oh no, I don't. I'm not.
The host said reasonably interpreted as anti-Semitism, and his answer said misinterpreted as anti-Semitism. Yeah.
Not so precious about that comparison, and I've actually had. Yeah, so this is where it, starts really turning, right?
Where liberal Zionism takes over the host, and he loses all sense of objectiveness.
He actually agrees with you. That's the crazy part. He just can't admit he does. Yeah. So then the conversation basically flips from this point on to optics. What about the feelings of people who love Israel? What about the feelings of people?
Like, and again, you could have the take that, like, maybe you think it's in poor taste or whatever, but the idea that, like, sorry, no Jewish person could ever be a Nazi is shit. That's wild. It is a wild way to base and frame your politics. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's like,
I suspect would find your statements to be offensive, and obviously, yeah. By the way, the only concession that I make there for chatters who don't understand how language works,
it is.
Could it be interpreted
like definitionally speaking? It's just like everybody can be a Nazi except for Jewish people, and it's just like based on what though? Like, based on what? Like, what are you basing that off?
Could anything you've said be interpreted as anti-Semitic? And yes, of course there can be.
Like, it's very straightforward to dismantle
and
as well
I
as
take
considering
ownership
the blatant
over
comparisons
that.
to
I
white
understand
supremacy.
that, right? And I use the example that is most commonly deployed to claim anti-Semitism that actually could be perceived to the uninitiated as anti-Semitism, because that one is about Jewish people in particular, as opposed to, like, I don't know, a defense of the resistance movements broadly, or criticisms of Israel. Like, I think criticisms of Israel being compared, or criticisms of Israel being used in this conversation as like a point of anti-Semitism, to claim that there's anti-Semitism there is the part that I absolutely oppose.
Maybe that's easy for you to say as a non-Jewish person.
Oh, for sure. But I'm,
I mean, you can call them lots of things. I'm just sort of trying to be as sort of generous as possible. Well, but you could. There are so many things you could call those settlers. I'm not defending those settlers for a moment. I think a lot of them are committing heinous acts. I think a lot of the people in the far right of the Netanyahu government are absolutely appalling. I would say that completely explicitly. But you know what? You could probably say all that, and you could probably make a stronger case and not undermine yourself by comparing them to Nazis, because Nazis literally tried to exterminate who they are as Jews.
Yes.
This can be true in the case, but this could also be an apt comparison when you operate and try and do the exact same thing to Palestinians. Like, he's not saying that, like, all Jews are Nazis. He's saying that the people in Israel who want to eradicate Palestinians from existence are doing the same thing that the Nazis were doing. Do you disagree with that? Yes or no? It's not that difficult. If you don't think that's the case, we can have a conversation about that, right? We can engage with that if you don't think that's the case. But if you acknowledge that there are people, right, in the Netanyahu government who do want to do that, how is the Nazi comparison not apt? It doesn't make sense. You also think of it for the 15 months. Much appreciate it.
I don't disagree with that. The comparison,
why'd you do it?
In my opinion, the comparison, in my opinion, is not only graphic, but it's apt. Because Nazism is a fascist ideology.
Okay, Hassan just stole my word, bro. That's literally what I just said. Just now. Like, as of like 10 seconds ago. Pre-watched. Different type of people in the Knesset explicitly talking about exterminating the whole groups of people. Yeah, like, right, it makes it worse because they should have a basic understanding based on history. It makes it harder to not understand the dissonance.
Literally tried to exterminate.
So this a week ago? Yeah. Either he's a time traveler or I'm a time traveler.
As Jews.
Yes, I don't disagree with that. The comparison,
why'd you do it?
In my opinion, the comparison, in my opinion, is not only graphic, but it's apt. Because Nazism is a fascist ideology. It's a dangerous fascist.
Call them fascists. Then. Call them fascists. You don't need to call them Nazis or neo-Nazis.
But like, what's the difference at this point? You know what I mean? Like, where is your line between fascist and Nazi? Because if you acknowledge that Nazis are fascist, how would it be meaningfully different? Right? The point and the reason why, like, Hassan is invoking Nazism in this way is because it's like, what's the word? It's because it invokes an emotional reaction, right? You should have an emotional reaction, right, Jewish or not, to being called a Nazi. It should, provocative is the word I was looking for. It is provocative, right? It should jolt you awake and be like, well, I don't want to be that. I don't want to be Nazis. If what I'm doing is what Nazis are doing, I should stop what I'm doing right now. That's the reason why you invoke, right, Nazis as a comparison, right? If you act as though Nazis are this like unique, special little qualifier that nobody could be again, and that it's disrespectful to ever invoke it in this way, what you're saying is that, like, what the Zionists are doing in Israel are just like, it's just not as bad, and it's just like whatever, right? But it's supposed to be like, no, like you're doing the same thing they're doing, right? You're doing the same thing the Nazis were doing. Like that's important. That is an important thing to acknowledge when you are operating in the same sort of way, under the same sort of like exterminationist policies. There's a difference between German Nazism and say Italian fascism, yeah, or like an American fascism. There's overlaps, right? But when you have an explicitly exterminationist like entity built on settler colonialism to exterminate groups of people, like, how are you not apt with the comparison to Nazism, right? Again, as Chatter said, you have members of the Knesset literally saying that Palestinians are cattle and animals that should be exterminated, and you expect people to not draw that comparison? You expect people to be like, nope, that's entirely different, actually. So different, very different. Is it that different? And if you want to claim that it's different, you have to describe how it's different, right? You have to describe the difference there. You can't just say, well, the Jewish people were killed by Nazis, so you shouldn't call them Nazis, right? Because that can be applied to anybody who is not like, blonde hair, blue-eyed, Aryan, white-skinned, the racially pure idea of what the Nazis were advocating for. There's a very, very, very small lane of who can be called Nazis. Nobody else can be called Nazis in that worldview. It's just it's so silly. It's so silly. I think a big problem is a lot of liberals is that they don't their understanding of Nazis begin and ends at Jewish hate because they hold no other beliefs. Yeah, but like that's not even the case for like historical liberals. Like, there were liberals who fought against the Nazis as well, and then went to collaborate with them in Operation Paperclip and other endeavors in like Europe and in America. But like, they understood that like the Nazis were like a fascistic government built on extermination of anything that's not pure. So like you would think that they would like liberals would know better, but they just don't. During talking about liberals online, she's like, yeah, I understand. But that's why I say like, they should know better, but they just don't. Again, as someone who essentially studies the Holocaust, they're fighting the Holocaust. It wasn't just Jewish people who were victims. Hence, you can't call Jews Nazi because they were killed by them. It applies to so many groups. Exactly. It's past point of analysis because the difference is that they're really worse.
The reason why I
but the point is that like
called them fascists as well.
The point is that it's supposed to acknowledge that like the Nazis are bad, right? The people who are defending Israel know that Nazis are bad. So the comparison is for those people to be like, there is a current cognitive dissonance in your ideology where you are pro-Israel but anti-Nazi. Here are how they like, how they are kind of analogous in a lot of ways. And that dissonance leads to people making like doing rhetorical choices that leads them to like kind of like sort of defending Nazism, just not the name.
Some of the things I'm saying you might not be able to hear, but like, yeah, I'm like, yeah, I called them fascists as well. Yeah, I mean, they want to do the same thing. They're doing industrial mass slaughter. So this was like one of the clips that they presented, one of the clips that they posted, right? And my response to that on Twitter was I quote retweeted it and I said, I think this was an interesting conversation. Kind liberals continue to make optics arguments that center the feelings of people with sympathies to the state that has conducted industrial mass slaughter and maintains an apartheid. The purpose of Holocaust scholarship is to never let it happen again. It's to be used as a comparison to stop it from happening now. That's why I do not shy away from making the comparison as a warning.
Yeah. I mean, exactly. That's exactly the point. When they get a kayak cam, like a few months ago, I think.
That's it. So whenever people bring up like the feelings argument, I find it to be very odd. It's like, do you believe it's a genocide or not? If you believe it's a genocide, do you believe it's an apartheid or not? If you believe it's an apartheid, then, at that point you have to at that point, I mean, having a conversation around my language is crazy because what's actually offensive is the fact that most of the world is still either directly supporting the genocide or turning a blind eye to it. Like, what's far more offensive is the fact that this has continued unimpeded and there has not been any accountability, and we saw it happen with our own two eyes, right? That is offensive, at least to me, and I think to many others as well. Employ the term Nazi is because, well, two reasons. Number one, the goals of ethnic cleansing are identical, and especially considering that a genocide has unfolded at this point, a modern day genocide with different tools. It's not the same exact type of genocide as the Holocaust, of course, not the concentration camps, and yet it's an open air prison that has been bombarded with almost 10 atom bombs worth of explosive ordnance that my government, and as a matter of fact, your government has aided and abetted in the process of. And from that perspective, the reason why I say I'm not so precious about this, while always maintaining the position that anti-Semitism is completely unacceptable, I always say I'm not precious about this because at the end of the day, it's a genocide. At the end of the day, it's an apartheid state, and Zionism as an ideology is a racist ideology. And many Jewish thinkers are now also coming to terms with that, even if they had self-identified as Zionists their entire lives. This transformation.
So you would compare what's happening in Gaza to the Holocaust?
It's not to the same extent, no. But I have compared it to the Holocaust. Yes, it's no different than saying these concentration camps that we have in the United States.
I mean, like it is objectively comparable. Like, this is what it means to compare things. You're not saying that this apple and this orange are the exact same entity. You're saying that they share similar characteristics. They're both fruit. And so you can compare apples to oranges because they are both fruit. Right? Like, we have to rate genocides now. Apparently to liberals, it's required. It's like, so where on the scale, would you put it? Where exactly would you like in this? And what we're saying is like, you don't have to do that. Like, you don't have to like put it on a scale. You can compare the ideologies behind it, the governing forces behind it. Right? You can compare the way that of propaganda works to justify it, right? They are in the intent. Thank you. That's a good word as well, right? They're inherently comparable, right? You should compare them. You should compare them because the question is, how did we even get here after knowing what that was and that it was bad? Looking at the Holocaust and what the Holocaust was and understanding, right, across the world that it was a bad thing, right? How did we get to the state where another genocide is happening, televised in front of our own eyes, right? Similar ideology, right? Almost identical rhetoric in some cases. The dehumanization, right? The exterminist ideologies, right? The othering that we see, like they are inherently comparable because they shared qualities. Right? And if Zionists and if Israel does not want to be compared to Nazi Germany, they got to stop sharing qualities with Nazi Germany. They have to stop. And there's the comparisons you can make against with America, with Nazi Germany, right? There's comparisons you can make with the current fascist regime in America with Nazi Germany as well. Can we not compare Trump to Hitler, right? And different like first prison and labor camps, but also detention centers for migrants, right? As comparisons to concentration camps, because it's not exactly one to one the same. Can we not do that comparison? Like, because it's not one to one the same, or are there things that we can look at as lessons from Nazi Germany when we draw those comparisons? We're saying this is like Nazi Germany, right? Not saying it's exactly the same and identical, but because it's to show where we are now in comparison to where Nazi Germany was and where it ended up and where we could end up as well, right? It's literally looking at the back of the book, seeing how it ends, and making sure that the next book we're writing doesn't end up in the same way. Like, it's dumb. Every time I see the absolute flag spam overdose American flags and the BS of how Nazis spam their flag everywhere. Yeah, but like, ours has like stars and stripes on them. So like America.
States of America are turning into death camps. This is
Wait, okay, stop. I literally just said that too. I promise you I did not rewatch it.
Ideology, and many Jewish thinkers are now also coming to terms with that, even if they had self-identified as Zionists their entire lives. This transformation.
So you would compare what's happening in Gaza to the Holocaust?
It's not to the same extent, no, but I have compared it to the Holocaust. Yes, it's no different than saying these concentration camps that we have in the United States of America are turning into death camps. Fascism is not a static concept. It's an ideology. It's a very dangerous one that I oppose unconditionally across the board.
But it's not the Holocaust, is it, Hassan? It's not the Holocaust.
No.
Yeah, it's not objectively the Holocaust. It's not occurring in Europe, right? Like, it's not based on like inherently like white Aryan racial purity. It's not exactly the same. That does not mean it's not comparable, because it is comparable. You can compare them. Right? This is like saying you can't compare what's happening in the West Bank to Jim Crow, right? Or apartheid South Africa, because it's not happening to like black people. Like, it's a comparison. You're not saying that it's exactly the same with the exact same targets and the exact same ideology behind it. You're saying that there are similar qualities with the way that this system of oppression is happening when compared to previous and historical systems of oppression. 100% doesn't believe any of this. Entirely cynical. Yeah, that's like, okay, but I can't think that, because like that's kind of makes me sad. Sadder than if he was actually genuine about it. That like he's just like, he knows this, but he's just running line. With that logic, can we call it an apartheid, or would that harm Zionist feelings? Honestly, probably still would, but it'll be a different reason for why. right? It's literally the concept of liberals oppose every war except for the current war. You know, it's exactly that. Like, but now it's for genocide. Liberals oppose every genocide except for the current genocide, right? They're against Jim Crow and they're against apartheid South Africa, but they're not against the apartheid that's happening in the West Bank, right? They're against Nazi Germany. They're against American style fascism, but they're not against the they're against like slavery, but they're not against genocide happening against the Palestinians. It's every war except for the current war.
And to compare it to, I think the thing about you is,
I think that it's like pretty obvious what I'm saying here. Like, it's not, you know, we can't wait until it turns into 6 million Palestinians for us to then turn around and say, oh my God, I'm so sad that happened. How could this have happened? We know how it's happening because it's happening in real time. It's unfolding in broad daylight. We're seeing it, right?
And the question that, like, this is obviously hindsight, but the question that Assange asked is like, all right, so if there was a million Jews displaced in the Holocaust, it would be fine for you? Like I don't even know what the current death count is for the genocide in Gaza. Like, I think last I saw it was like, I don't know, they had to stop counting because they killed all the infrastructure. Like the Gaza Health Ministry, it can't count anymore. They literally can't count anymore. Like, so we don't even have an official death toll. We have 112,000 bodies that have been identified at this point, and it's way higher than that. We don't even have an official total. Like, but if the Holocaust was just like was that size, would that be fine for you, or would you realize and acknowledge like that's obviously bad and atrocious, and we should step in and stop it before it gets to the point where we saw it? Like, it's so stupid. It's so dumb that like he's like pretending to like not understand this. People misunderstand that because genocide isn't even about the number of deaths. The convention is clear when it says in part or in whole. Yeah. You got direct deaths and deaths caused by collapse of the healthcare system, disease, squalor, starvation. The killing witnesses and come and tell us there's not that many people die anyway. Politicians talk about Palestinian population being 40,000 less than the 2.2 million at the start of 2023. Yeah, and even then, like, we still don't know.
Like, what's the threshold? What's the threshold where you'd be comfortable?
Actually, Kachimon had a good point. Not even talking about like Israel trying to currently encroach and annex territory in Lebanon and what their goals are there. Like that is also a part of this conversation, right? And it's not meaningfully different than Hitler's expansion into Europe. Like, is it? There are a lot of comparisons you can. Anything out of Gaza, I think Lewis is forgetting that a genocide isn't just murder; it's violence and etc. Yeah, and displacement and ethnic cleansing. Like this is all a part of like what genocide is.
Saying, okay, this is a modern day Holocaust.
You speak compellingly about many things, but you undermine your case and you open yourself to the accusation, which might not be unreasonable, of anti-Semitism.
See, he's like starting to agree with Shabana Mahmoud.
Like he's all but saying that it's anti-Semitic to say that Israel is committing a genocide. Like that's what he's saying. He won't say it, like he won't outright say it. But that's the point he's making. The point he's making, because the conversation is about Israel committing a genocide, right? Or actually, he's saying it's anti-Semitic to call Israel Nazis. That's what it is. To be entirely clear, He's saying if you call Israel Nazis, you are anti-Semitic, because that's what they're talking about right now. And he's saying, listen, Hassan, you're opening yourself up to being called anti-Semitic if you call Israelis Nazis.
Yeah, I'm not precious about the term by deploying the term a Holocaust.
You're right in your argument, but the way you say it, I don't like.
Right? I'm not precious about making comparisons between the Israeli government and Nazi Germany because it's an apt comparison, and there is this is ironically enough,
sounds right. I don't know.
Quite literally is Jewish exceptionalism. Okay, that is like a lot of people get mad.
Wait, I also said that earlier. I read that from a chatter.
And say, oh, you're Hassan, why do you even talk about anti-Semitism? You're doing Jewish exceptionalism. You're a Jewish supremacist, all this shit. Like they say like unhinged things.
Oh, I remember what I was going to talk about today. I was going to talk about Hassan talking about Bad Empanada. I was going to do it yesterday, but I was busy playing God of War. He did a few days ago, I'm pretty sure.
But this unironically is like the singularity of the Holocaust.
Yeah, we saw that part of it. The end of last stream, but I didn't see the entire conversation. How far did you get? Oh, I don't want to spoil a game that came out almost 10 years ago. Isn't that crazy? God of War, the first one, came out in not the first one, the first of the sequel series came out in 2018. That's crazy. I should play all the God of War games lead up to Lao Fei, the one with Kratos' wife. Ray just did that, bro. Feeling my flow. But I want to start with God of War 1, 2, and 3. I liked God of War. Am I crazy on that? Do y'all remember the old God of War multiplayer game that they released the beta for but never dropped the full game? I remember what it was called. But they dropped the beta for it, and it was interesting. It was cool. But they never dropped the full game. Yeah, it was multiplayer. I'd see if I can find it. I know, it's interesting. I God of War 3 on the PS3. So do I.
Exceptional nature of the Holocaust being held to such a high standard that Israel, that bills itself as the Jewish state, could never be compared to the Nazis.
I was in gaming
while
streams,
they are
so
literally
if it would happen, it would happen on my second channel. It would be Not the Black. That's where I do all my actual fun stuff and stuff.
doing the exact same shit that the Nazis did. It hasn't been completed yet, but it's still the same exact project, and it's continued over the course of 80 fucking years at this point. Is totally ridiculous, right? It's totally absurd. This guy said this same hack outlet had zero issue making comparisons between Hitler and Putin in the past. Nazi Germany exterminated millions of Russians, yet only the comparison with Israel crosses the line. If you want a clear-cut example of Jewish exceptionalism, here it is. Yeah, the other side of this, for the record, the other side of this conversation is that, like, Israeli politicians say that. Israeli politicians say that about Hamas. And as a matter of fact, a lot of Western media outlets have made the comparison.
Yeah, but they get to do that. They get to do that. You don't get to do it. It's not fair for you.
Hamas is just like Nazis. So who gets to deploy this comparison? Because if you think Hamas is in any way, shape, or form similar to Nazis, what is Israel supposed to be then? Considering that exact same dynamic that I will always defend, that Israel is 1,000 times worse than Hamas. It's not even a comparison. If you think Hamas is evil for targeting...
I disagree with Hassan on that. I think he's underselling it. At this point, 1,000 is underselling. Like Israel was 1,000 times worse than Hamas, like in like 2024. A million? I don't know what the exact number would be, but like that'll probably be closer to being correct. Again, having the Holocaust be an exceptional historical event is disservice to genocide studies. And this is where there's a split between Holocaust and genocide studies. The Holocaust scholars insist on keeping it exceptional. Academics are fully beefing on this. Thank you, sad history grad. It's actually like infinitely worse, like not even comparable. I think it's on those that's trying to be he just does to be provocative for liberals.
Civilians on October 7, then what the fuck is Israel? We gotta use a new term for it then. Yeah, apartheid is tragic, but yet that comparison is found to be apt. So what is the reason why
to unsustainable oppression?
A Holocaust comparison or a Nazi comparison is considered a bridge too far, right? The entire point of Holocaust scholarship is so that what Israel is doing right now.
I think it's also important to note this, and this was like the take like a week after October 7th, which is like Israel killed more kids in the year of 2023 than Hamas killed on October 7th. Just to give you the context. For people who think that October 7th justifies the genocide of Palestinians, Israel's killed more children. Children. The entire year of 2023 exclusively before October 7th. So that's like 10 months. In the 10 months before October 7th, Israel killed more children than Hamas killed on October 7th. And then like we know the numbers gets like exponentially big for who they killed afterward. But that's just a little bit of the context. Not even including since like 1948, right? Not even including like up until that point. Just of like for that year. But they also didn't even kill all the Israeli children that died on October 7th. We're not allowed to have that conversation in most places. The deadliest year of Palestinian children before October 7th. Yeah. It doesn't even counting the psychological torture these children gone through before October 7th. 100%. It's like the idea that we can't even entertain a conversation about Israel being like akin to Nazis. I think that's craziness.
Not happen, and we stop it, and we point to the Holocaust, and we point to the Nazis.
Zionist said that once they returned hostages, the bombing would stop. Yeah, we obviously knew that wasn't the case.
To say this is the same kind of evil, we have to put an end to it. That is precisely the reason why the genocide statute, right, under international law, is not just about the.
Biden was shown fake footage of 40 decapitated babies in ovens, or he just imagined it. Someone probably told us when he ran with it.
The number of people that a state or a non-state actor has killed, but it's actually about the intent as well. You have to you can determine genocidal intent.
True.
It's not just the actions, it's the intent as well. Why is that a part of the statute? Why is that a part of the statute? There's no numerical threshold that you hit and then all of a sudden it's like, well, it's genocide time now. We got to put an end to it. That's not how it goes. The reason for why intent matters, genocidal intent matters inside of the statute, is so that we can stop it, right? We can stop it. We can identify it while it's happening, and then we can stop it before it unfolds.
Before Hassan's reaction to the actual video, because Shatter said that he was muted in the actual video itself, and so this is Hassan telling us what he was actually saying while he was muted.
Ends before it finalizes.
Making these
comparisons. There's nowhere in the Genocide Convention does it insist on a number. It's about intent. Also, intent is hard to prove when it comes to punishing those who do genocide. That's whole of the convo. Yeah, but even on that, like there are currently arrest warrants, right, for Benjamin Netanyahu for his role in the genocide in Gaza. Like, so like, this is true that it is hard to punish people, but like not for a lack of trying. Like, you know what I mean? But like when you have like American politicians who are like, yeah, no, Netanyahu, you can land in my state, it'll be totally fine. It'll be totally cool. Like, so even starting to hold them accountable, like you have like governments being like, yeah, no, it's chill. You're fine. Come on, international war criminal. Right? And it's not surprising for America because I have to remind you that Americans took in the Nazis. There are current corporations right now who worked with Nazis, who hired Nazi scientists when they knew they were Nazis. Like, this is a thing that happened after World War II. You know what I mean? So, like, no, they're not live on Twitch right now. That's pretty funny. Coca-Cola made fans of the bypass trade restrictions? Yes. That's what I was referring to. Referring to Coca-Cola.
I'm between what the Israeli government is doing, and let's be honest, Jews and Nazis and things they did in the Holocaust, because how...
Gosh darn it, I didn't mean to click on that.
Militancies exist in opposition to Israel. Prescribed terror is my best example personally. One of the things that the comparison in my opinion is not
Argentina. Bro, Argentina needs to do something, bro. They have such bad rep right now for just the Nazis moving there. Just cause.
Only graphic, but it's apt. Because and as a matter of fact, your government has aided and abetted in the process. Yet a lot of people get mad at me and enjoy this during that exact same thing, but when we point to how
and things they did in the Holocaust,
we can stop it. We can identify it while it's happening, and then we can stop it before it unfolds, before it ends, before it finalizes.
Making these comparisons between what the Israeli government is doing, and let's be honest, Jews and Nazis and things they did not.
I meant to pause it here because this is Lewis doing the same conflation that Israel does that is actually anti-Semitic, right? Pretending like the actions of Israel are like representative of like Jewish people as a whole is anti-Semitic. It is.
The Holocaust, because however heinous we might find what has happened in Gaza, and many of my listeners and viewers would, it is still not the same as the mass extermination and the ritualistic extermination of people which happened on a daily basis during the Holocaust. So
why? How is it not the same? I don't see how it's not the same. Correct me if I'm wrong. How is it not the same?
Why compare the two things?
Because I don't want it to get to the Holocaust. And this is the best part of this conversation, and I love having this conversation, because Holocaust studies are profoundly important. But they're not profoundly important so that we can understand what took place and then assume that it's never going to happen again. The entire point of genocide scholarship and specifically scholarship surrounding the Holocaust is so that we understand exactly how society can move in that direction, and how so many otherwise kind people, I assume, can turn a blind eye to the atrocities that are unfolding, so that we understand what took place and never allow it to happen again. So my point is, I think the final solution...
It's a defense. There's no other way to describe it but a defense, right? It's essentially just being like, I mean, yeah, it's bad, but at least it's not the Holocaust, right? Once it gets to the Holocaust level, then we'll step it, like we did with Nazi Germany. It's a defense. It is. Fundamentally, it is a defense.
For Israel has not been achieved yet, right? But this would be not dissimilar to, I guess, a
People call Russian Nazis. Yeah, we saw that. Well, they were killed the tens of millions. Is it racist to say that? No, obviously. Well, have you considered Russia is not essentially a functioning proxy state of America, right? And the only bastion of democracy in the Middle East. There's nothing benefit to justifying Russia's action. There is benefit in justifying Israel's action. Right? So it's kind of like how I say like why like Western countries don't care about Ukraine. They care about Ukraine in insofar as like they want to have a proxy in like you know, like near Russia. Right? Yeah, it's a little far against Russia. Exactly. That's all that matters to Western nation. America, you know, predominant. And that's how Israel exists as well. And so that's why this defense comes here and where it comes from.
Communist or a socialist in Nazi Germany before the final solution, pointing to the Armenian genocide.
Given the Israelis, given the military capabilities.
Oh, they cut my argument there. Nazi Germany before the final solution, pointing to the Armenian genocide.
Given the Israelis, given the military capabilities.
Oh, they cut my argument there. I literally, wait, or did they fucking just hit the mute? That's crazy. I said, would you disagree if like a communist or a socialist during Nazi occupation pointed to what Hitler was doing to the Jews and to the socialists, and then said this is identical to the Armenian genocide that preceded it? Would you have said, well, you're actually hurting the feelings of you know, you're besmirching the good reputation of the Nazis by making a comparison? These are just simply concentration camps. These are, you know, dangerous radical elements in society that must be cordoned off. That's kind of wild.
Israel has.
But I think that's an apt comparison there as well. If a communist or a socialist during the period of Nazi Germany pointed to the
that's a quote Nazis literally said, remember the Armenian genocide, the Israelis are doing this. Yeah.
Armenian genocide, and said what we're doing to the Jews right now is not dissimilar to the Armenian genocide. I'm fairly certain that you know, the Nazi sympathizers,
it's every war but the current war. That's how liberals operate.
Would obviously disagree with that. Having said that, the point of comparison is to talk about two things that are not exactly the same. They are disputing the entire concept of comparison here, and it makes no sense. It would be wrong to say this is 100% like the Holocaust, but to compare it is completely normal. Exactly. And not only is it completely normal, it's actually the whole purpose of Holocaust scholarship, right? Like the purpose of Holocaust scholarship is not just to document the atrocities that unfolded and leave it at that, and then talk about the exceptional nature of the Holocaust. The whole point of the genocide scholarship, as I, you know, aptly pointed to in this conversation, is to look at how it unfolded and to ensure that it never happens again. Never again means never again across the board. It doesn't mean never again as in it will never happen again, because it can only happen to Jewish people one time and it won't ever happen again. Never again doesn't mean never again just for Jews either, right? Which is the Kahanist position on never again, ironically enough. Meir Kahan, the far-right Jewish supremacist terrorist, he believes never again means never again just for Jews. I don't. And I don't think many people believe that either. I don't think Jewish people believe that concept either. I think Jewish people think never again means never again. There are some who do actually believe never again means never again just for Jews, however.
If they wanted to commit a Holocaust against Palestinians, they could do so. They haven't done so.
They are doing so. Did you turn the news on at any time in the last 3 years? They're doing it with American and British weaponry. Like, these are your bombs they're using it for. Like, you say they're not killing them quick enough? That's kind of crazy. Are you saying that he said Holocaust so he means literal camps? But like, If that's the case, then America is doing a Holocaust. You know what I mean? And not even getting into the fact that Gaza is currently an open air prison where they will not allow Palestinians to enter or leave, and then continually dropping bombs on the entirety of the Gaza Strip, right? And then in 2024, they kept pushing Palestinians down into South Gaza, and then they bombed South Gaza too. So there's nowhere else that they could turn to. Like, I don't know how you call that anything other than extermination. Like, I don't. Because it includes open killing fields too, not just the camps. And also it includes like the ghettos and the segregation and the sectioning off of different communities. Like this, to be fair, I don't think he knows or cares about like Holocaust scholarship or like what actually happened. To be entirely fair, but like there are comparisons to be made here. Again, nobody is saying that it's exactly the same. There are comparisons to be made here.
So they may have acted in a way that is dehumanizing.
Israel's getting bombed?
They may have acted in a way without proper regard for Palestinian life. I think they have. Lots of people would agree that they have.
I said something at the Oxford Union that I think will also piss off a lot of people. I said that currently it has been proven it has been proven that one of the only effective political forces on the planet that can destroy Trumpism and the MAGA movement is the IRGC, which is true. It's true. Sirens from Lake Tiberias to Haifa for the arrival of Iranian missiles. God damn. All right, well, war's back on the menu, boys. All right, I guess it's back.
But to compare it to the Holocaust,
the disagreement that we have is not that.
My suggestion to you would be that
wait, what?
What was that?
Is he cutting me? What the fuck? Oh, come on, LBC. You cut all the crosstalk. You muted me the entire time. That's crazy.
Compare it to the Holocaust.
The disagreement that we have is not that.
People conspiratorial over commenting on their editing. But we'll get into everything that Lewis is saying about it afterwards. We're halfway done, but like he's apparently coping and crying on Twitter. 25 to 3 likes for a 300,000 follower account is abysmal. It's abysmal, by the way. That's really bad.
My suggestion to you would be that it is crass and offensive.
Bro, they didn't even like try to make the cut seem normal. They hit the hard cut again. Holy moly, that's a lot. God damn. That shit was so abrupt, it feels like an AI cut. You know what I mean? Like, did they deploy a artificial intelligence to hit this cut? What the hell? Streets are calling you overly naive to the British? No, it's fine. Yeah, I know that everyone is in agreement with my point because the majority is on my side on this. But I wish that my goal when I do when I have a conversation like this is not to fucking have the people that are already anti-Israel to come into my defense. I mean, that's great. That's wonderful. That's the majority. My goal is to get someone in the margins to really reconsider their hardline stance on this issue, right? That's my goal. I go on LBC because there's a lot of liberals who are still who still have these ridiculous opinions, right? Ridiculous opinions around, if someone is actually making this comparison between Israel and Nazi Germany, then they must be making an anti-Semitic comparison, right? Like that's ridiculous.
To compare the only Jewish state in the world.
I like that my audience, by the way, is not offended at LB.
The only Jewish state in the world. It's just like I don't. This is what's weird to me, right? Is that like there's not this emphasis on like. Okay, there is this emphasis on like keeping other states like homogenous to a certain extent, but we understand that that's fascistic. Am I crazy on that? Like when like a white evangelical Protestant was just like, we need to make America white again. You understand that it's like, yeah, the guy's a fascist. Right? The guy is an ethno-nationalist and a fascist. And that is bad. That is a bad thing, and that's not good. Right? Even for the UK, right? The whole like Brexit movement, people understand that like Brexit was not even just Brexit, but like also the anti-Muslim, anti-immigrant sentiment, the nationalistic sentiment from the UK is fascistic, right? We understand that. But like when it's like, Israel should be allowed to enforce ethnic boundaries and maintain an ethnic majority, which how they're gonna do that? They never answer. And then that's justifying why you can never say anything mad or meanie bobini about them. It's crazy. We don't even do this for like African nations, right? We don't look at like Nigeria and you're like, well, Nigeria is like mostly black. So if you criticize Nigeria as a country, you're actually being racist to black people. You know what I mean? Even how many times they call African states barbaric for this type of ideology. True, but even then, like they don't like attempt to like maintain like ethnic majority, like through violence. These people think of Hindu fascists in India, probably exactly that. But again, it's fine for Israel to be like, you know, we need to maintain an ethnic majority because we are the only Jewish state. It's just like, I don't know.
BC's edits and is more mad at me for not recording it on my end. Is there ever a point where, in your eyes, chatters, is there ever a point where you think, hey, you got fucked over here, this is really fucked up? Or am I always at fault under every single circumstance? I swear to God, bro. I swear to God. Literally the
To be fair, has Hassan considered that it's fun to yell at him? That's why chatters do it.
worst fucking fan base of all time. Worst community of all time when it comes to shit like this. Immediately hitting the yep, you're at fault, you fucking bitch. Do you guys ever think maybe it's fucked up that, you know, the big media company that's supposed to maintain these liberal values and allow normal discourse to take place is not following along with a principled stance on defending free expression and allow?
I would honestly say it's tied. Ethan Klein and Bada Badada. Unless you want to consider like Israel having a fan base, and the fan base being Zionist, then they're obviously worse. But like if you're talking about just creators, like to be fair, the Israel fan base is obviously the worst. Like ignoring the Nazis. I mean, I acknowledge the Israel fan base. He kind of have an active fan base outside of his isolated space anymore. Yeah, they don't really go out and do stuff. Is there any of those digital mushrooms on their heads? I don't know. I have Bad Banana blocked. I have no idea.
Allowing discourse to take shape like
Asman's community is not even his own, to be fair. They're using Asmongold as a proxy. They're more Nick Fuentes' community. They're more Nick Fuentes' community that just uses Asmongold as their mainstream proxy. Right? But I guess Nick Fuentes is also up there, pretty high. And his community is also up there. It's like one of the worst. But like they don't interact with me specifically. Right? Even past that, I think Asmongold had spoken about me more positively than Bad Apple in his community have, funnily enough. I think it's because like Asmongold says that he follows my tweets and that my tweets are funny sometimes. right? When has Bada said that? Never. When has Ethan Klein said that? Never. Exactly. Because Bada and Ethan Klein are supposed to be on the left-leaning side. They're annoying to us. Yeah.
This.
They put this on Twitch because they aren't making Rumble accounts. True.
Part of the reason why I didn't expect this cut to take place is because there are literally LBC callers that call, like random British people that call in, and they don't do this kind of edit.
True.
You know?
These communities the best at harassing people. Oh, you're right. It's pretty high up there.
World. And we should, of course, be careful of eliding Israel and Judaism, of course, but it is the only Jewish state in the world, mainly comprised of Jews.
Wait, but you're just doing that. I'm sorry. That's crazy.
Comparing them to Nazis, given that Nazis literally tried to exterminate this entire race and came very close to succeeding. You don't need to do that. You shouldn't do it, and it's crassly and grossly offensive for you to do so.
Yeah, I don't mind coming across as vulgar or offensive in this regard, and maybe even hurting some people's feelings, because at the end of the day,
wait, also, am I crazy, or does Kingdom Hearts 4 look fantastic? Sorry, I got distracted by Twitter. I think it kind of looks cool.
The analysis here from my end is there is a genocide that is taking
When they
place.
announced that? Oh, like an hour ago. Fantastic, you're insane. Maybe.
Continuing to a certain degree. I mean,
our style is abysmal. I mean, sure, if you compare it to the other Kingdom Hearts games or whatever, I like JRPGs. I think it looks cool.
Even in the process of this so-called ceasefire, Israel has also killed approximately 4,000 people in Lebanon.
Don't send me this. I don't want to see. I did see this. I don't want to see anime feet. You see the Cyclops gameplay? No, I did not see the Cyclops gameplay. Get off my screen. And when you aren't watching them directly on your next screen, I'm not actually. I'm just scrolling. Out of a Final Fantasy 7 finally. Maybe I should play a Final Fantasy game at one point.
The expansion and the Greater Israel Project is continuing, so the ideology is still unimpeded. The guiding principle is still unimpeded, and therefore, I find that to be I suppose
what I'm getting at.
Far more offensive than the language that I'm using, especially considering that I think at this stage there are a lot of people.
But y'all don't like the hyper realistic Kingdom Hearts 4 gameplay? Oh, they did drop a Cyclops full kit. Okay. Is he a duelist? All right, we'll get back to this in a second.
Right on target. Get off my lawn.
Hello, well.
Full blast. Extreme force. Propulsion beam! Optic Fury!
I love his heat vision. It's my favorite.
Who want to maybe hold on to some kind of defense of Israel because they understand
Not him reloading his eyes.
Like you just said, the Jewish nation, the only Jewish nation. I have been unbelievably critical of Saudi Arabia and every other country that has participated in the blockade of Yemen, for example. The United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia did that with our.
The only white state in the world, LBC. Now that'd be racist, wouldn't it? More Jews live in America than in Israel, by the way. Not that it matters.
Or weapons once again.
The other reason that people might say that it's offensive, well, deeply offensive.
Well, they cut it. That's fucked up that they cut that part, because I brought up the Saudi Arabia comparison, and I said no one calls me Islamophobic for being critical of the Muslim state of Saudi Arabia engaging in heinous war crimes against Yemen and the Yemeni population. No one says that about my criticisms of UAE-backed RSF supporters hitting Sudan. That's not considered to be Islamophobic. But of course, any kind of Nazi comparison between Israel, like if you call Saudi Arabia Nazis, no one is going to fucking say shit, right? If you call Saudi Arabia a Nazi country for what they did in Yemen, no one's going to get mad at that comparison. Same with Russia, right? You say Adolf Hitler. Adolf Hitler is invading Ukraine. He's behaving like a Nazi. Nobody bats an eye. As a matter of fact, you call Hamas Nazis, nobody bats an eye. The Israeli government has made that comparison over and over again. But all of a sudden, when you turn around and say, no, actually, I think the industrial mass slaughter taking place is in the hands of Israel, and therefore they are the Nazis in this equation, and everybody goes, whoa, whoa, whoa. That's unbelievable. How dare you say that?
I don't even think they truly believe that like it's unacceptable. I think they're just posturing and pretending. Because if it makes Israel being unable to be criticized, it serves like the purpose of like wanting Israel to exist.
You know?
To the Nazis. However disproportionate we might think the Israeli government has been in the reaction to October the 7th, and I would agree with you that it has been disproportionate and in many cases appalling. October the 7th did happen. 1,300 Jews were.
Yeah, and then it's like, well, October 7 was heinous. It's like, okay, sure, but also the Israel is 1,000 times worse than Hamas is once again, not something that you can contest. So then you have to rely on the feelings.
We see that's okay. It's okay when they do it. You know, it's okay when the West compares literally anybody they don't like to Nazis, but not okay with comparing Israel to Nazis. That's unacceptable.
The feelings argument, the optics argument. Oh, let me tell you how you can make a better point here. And it's like, no, I think I'm making a pretty strong point. I think about my liberal mother when I hear this conversation. She's become very anti-Israel and thinks it's a genocidal apartheid state that unduly influences the U.S. and should receive zero funding or arms and should be boycotted. But she also gets uncomfortable with the Nazi comparison because she grew up believing that Israel was given as an apology to the Jewish people by Europe because of their crimes and complicity. Yeah, but it's not Europe's.
The funniest part is like Europe doesn't even care about like Jewish people holistically. You know what I mean? The idea that like, oh, this was an apology from us to you. It's silly when you consider that like, what does Europe gain from this relationship? You know what I mean? Like, what does the West gain from this relationship? Also considering the fact that like we've gotten pulled into this war with Iran at the behest of Israel say so.
Land to give. It's not European people that are being slaughtered. And even then, it would not be appropriate regardless. Nothing justifies a genocide. Nothing justifies ethnic cleansing.
Killed in the most horrendous, heinous way that we might imagine. It was a pogrom. There is a major security problem for the state of Israel with Hamas.
And then I defend the argument that, because he then launches into like, Hamas did October 7 anti-Semitically, which is, again, ridiculous, okay? It's ridiculous. That is another one that I can't stand when people are like, well, no, Hamas is anti-Semitic and they did October 7 anti-Semitically. It's like, no, that's not the case. And then he's going to, I know he brings up the Hamas charter for 1988 when it was a Islamic charity as a Muslim Brotherhood cutout, which wasn't a political movement or even a militant resistance at that point. 2017, the new charter actually has evolved beyond that. Not that it even matters at the end of the day. I hope they kept all of that in.
They do have to protect their own citizens and their own people. And to compare that to the Holocaust, the Nazis weren't, so to compare them to Nazis, the Nazis weren't provoked by Jews into the Holocaust. There's no security problem.
Wait. But like, you do understand that like October 7th was a reaction. It was a reactive attack from the occupation that they were under, like, since Israel's inception. So like, again, history only starts on October 7th. Nothing ever happened before it. Nothing ever happened. There's no history. Nothing happened before it. It's just on October 7th, Hamas attacked Israel. Then Israel responded justifiably.
For the Nazis. And so to combine and compare and allied those things is not
This
just
is
offensive
categorically
and wrong,
false.
it's just crazy.
No, your analysis is actually ahistorical and unfortunately categorically
True. True.
false. Of
Which
course,
bit?
the Nazis lied about not only Jews but socialists, communists, trade unionists alike.
They were never attacked by Jews.
Yes, of course. They presented an argument as to why they must do this, why they must depose and take care of all of these nefarious elements within German society broadly, while they were also carrying out the greater Germany project for living room purposes, right? Not dissimilar to the Israeli Zionist expansion. But the point is, do you agree with the propaganda or the arguments? Do I agree with the Nazi argument that
October the 7th wasn't propaganda, it happened.
Of course not. I don't agree with the notion that Palestinians, the indigenous population predating 1948, could not potentially live alongside migrant Jews that were coming in, specifically as a.
What about Hamas?
Movement.
What about living next to Hamas, an organization which is dedicated to the destruction of Israel?
That's a great. I'm going to get to Hamas as well. So the reason why I brought that up is because this has been a racist ideology since 1948.
Like, what is he? Like, I don't know why. Like, this guy thinks that like Hamas just exists in a vacuum, right? It's just that like, oh, the Palestinians and Jews were existing simultaneously, and then Hamas was just like, I hate this simultaneous existence that we are coexisting naturally together. I hate this so much. We must change the dynamic. And then Hamas sprung up, and then October 7th happened, and then Israel was right to defend itself or whatever. Like that's ahistorical. That's not how history happened. that's like it was. There was there's a lot of history, but there was a situation where Israel came in, right, commandeered and annexed a lot of Palestinian land, created its own settler-colonial project, right, and then started to oppress Palestinians in a number of different ways, right, instituting checkpoints, instituting a two-tiered system, whether or not it's a two-tier justice system or a two-tier economic system, right, saying that if you're not Jewish, you can't walk down this road or these roads, you can't go here or there, right, creating an apartheid structure. That existed after, right, the expulsion of Palestinians from their land, leading up until, a number of different times, but 2023 specifically, where October 7th happens in a reaction to that type of oppression. Like, he's completely disregarding all of that to just see like, well, no, it's actually just Hamas that just existed out of nowhere because they hate us because they hate us. And then, Israel had to respond to they hate us because they hate us. Didn't you think about that?
Even prior to 1948, that has had a lot of opposition from Jews as well. The initial, the original, the only Jewish member in the British Parliament the only member of the British Parliament that opposed the Balfour Declaration was, a Jewish member of Parliament who thought that this was simply to try and this initiative was being taken. This initiative was being implemented.
How many viewers? No, technically the viewers are just technically capped. We just have not hit the cap yet. I was like, Calgary 2, they gave her the 30 months. And Olivia Sloth, Free Palestine, they gave her the 27 months. Much appreciated. That's crazy. It's a new Twitch feature. You can now cap your own viewership.
Exclusively to depose of the Jews, to deport Jews from British soil. So throughout this entire history of Israel and Palestine, this conflict gets reduced to an ethnic conflict or a religious conflict. It's not true. It's simply settler colonial expansion. And of course, there's going to be military.
Yeah. Here, I'll demonstrate it. I'll cap it to 100, just so you can see the viewership go down. I thought about doing one because I thought it'd be funny. I think it's to update though.
An opposition towards that, and that militant opposition is of course going to evolve over time. So the idea
we are where we are.
How can
we're not in 1948, and so therefore Israel has got.
Wait, what? I'm sorry. Run that by me one more time.
Of Israel, and this initiative was being taken. This initiative was being implemented exclusively to depose of the Jews, to deport.
You can cap viewership. Yes, it's a new Twitch feature. There we go. We dropped to 100. We're at 100 viewers now. I'm washed. I'm washed. If it went down, yeah, I told you. I told you can cap their viewership now. What's the point of this feature? It's supposed to be if you're getting view botted. If you're getting view botted, you can cap your viewership to make it so you're not being view botted. It's just cosmetic. It shows up like that in your dashboard as well, like in your stream feed. Comes to the people that are capped. Hell. Okay, I'll put it back down.
Jews from British
Hello,
soil.
can you go? You can get one. I think you could just make it higher. I wish. That would be funny. Okay, I guess for the memes, I have to do one viewer. Would it be funny if I changed it so much and they're like, sorry, you can't change your cap anymore. You're stuck at one viewer. That would be kind of funny. You've changed your cap too many times. You are now stuck at one viewer. When do they add that? Today. Will they take action against streamers who view bot and don't cap the viewers? Yes. They said they would, theoretically. Just been capped at 1,200 for like a week. That's interesting. Oh, I want to check. Oh, we're at one viewer, chat. One person's watching me. Washed. Honestly, I think it's actually kind of funny because I think if I'm at one viewer, I think viewers are more likely to come in just to see why I'm only at one viewer. You know what I mean? Farmer's back on. What happened to the ceasefire? Rock Reed. Drop on True Social. I have confirmed to our great military last night that the Iranians shot down one of our highly sophisticated Apache helicopters while patrolling the Strait of Hormuz. Oh, right. Yeah. I have this open as a video. Unless I closed it. Yeah. This happened today, but this is Trump's response to it. There were two pilots involved. Both are safe and uninjured. Nevertheless, the U.S. must, of necessity, respond if it's attacked. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Bro, war is back on. We are a hive mind. What did chat do? As your only viewer, I'm chatting on 100 different accounts. We are all one viewer. We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame. Yeah, we'll cover the pilot being shot down after we finish the Hassan section. We only have 50 minutes left.
Throughout this entire history,
United chat, no union. I'm union busting the chat
of Israel and Palestine, this conflict gets reduced to.
They ordered troop movement last week, and now Iran shot down a helicopter 100% a false flag. I mean, it could very well be a false flag, but it could also be that like they moved like troops into the region and also or mobilized troops and moved helicopters over where they knew that Iran would strike down, and then it got struck down. It was like not necessarily a false flag. Iran could have actually struck it down, but like they could have just wanted it to happen because they wanted to keep the war going. You know? Back to 546. Yeah, I turned the cap back off. Think somebody bring up Plattner? God no.
An ethnic conflict or a religious conflict. It's not true. It's simply.
I don't have anything else to say about Grand Platter. I've already made my point.
Colonial expansion, and of course, there's going to be militant opposition towards that, and that militant opposition is, of course, going to evolve over time. So the idea.
But we are where we are, aren't we?
How can
we're not in 1948, and so therefore Israel has got to.
Why do they always try to bring up what about October 7 on repeat? I don't think they have something substantive to add. They just fail at defending Israel. Yes, but it doesn't. Because they've hit, he just went womp womp, right? On, 80 years of apartheid and death and destruction, which is why, look, my goal here is to basically get the audience to understand that a person that does this at this stage, when the overwhelming majority recognize what Israel is doing is to be, utterly immoral and wrong, is to expose the underlying fundamentals that are driving this argument, right? The reality of the matter is those fundamentals are, yes, Palestinians are lesser than Israelis. That is the underlying point of view.
Yep. That's what they believe.
That is the underlying framework. Okay? And I do bring up the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising, ironically enough, when I say, like, what, you think the Nazis didn't actually create sufficient propaganda to claim that Jews were the enemy from within? Of course they did. There were plenty of moments where, Jewish partisans and socialists alike, they assassinated key Nazi diplomats, and Nazis used that as a heinous crime against their sovereignty. They used
Twitch cap will impact data on tracking websites. Yes, it will.
That to depose of Jews. They use that to kidnap Jews. Is that valid? No, of course not. The Warsaw Ghetto Uprising does not justify the final solution, for example, and therefore October 7 does not justify Israel's genocide. This is a real point of contention that I don't think many liberals can address. Liberal Zionists cannot address this point of contention, so they have to resort back to, yeah, but you're hurting my feelings.
Find a way to live alongside the Palestinian people. You and I, I'm sure, would both agree to say that their actions have not exactly contributed to that principle or idea in recent years. But they do have to deal with Hamas. And how do they deal with Hamas, which is literally predicated?
Yeah, what, I can't even hear what I'm saying here.
To live alongside the Palestinian people. You and I, I'm sure, would both agree to say that their actions have not exactly contributed to that principle or idea in recent years.
Where's his introspection for Israel and Israel's action, and whether or not they contributed to this idea? Israel held the power in this dynamic. They did the ethnic cleansing. They instituted apartheid system. They instituted checkpoint systems. They stopped Palestinians from being able to return. Right? Palestinians would have liked to be able to return to their homes. Right? They would have liked to be able to go back to their communities. Israel stopped that. Where's your introspection for Israel doing that? Right? And why don't you understand that Hamas's existence is because Israel will not let them do stuff like that? Right? Israel keeps creating more like new Hamas recruits by killing people's family members. You kill a father, you've made the two sons want to join Hamas now because they want to fight against you killing their father. Maybe if Israel stops killing people's fathers and mothers and sons and daughters, right, cousins, uncles, aunts, nephews, nieces, right, there would be less strife in the region. It is caused by Israel. Israel is doing this. They are the occupying force. There's nothing else to say about that. Like,
but they do have to deal with Hamas. And how do they deal with Hamas?
Oh, yeah, I said, no, I disagree with that. It's entirely in the hands of Israel.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. Hamas doesn't exist as a militancy if the occupation doesn't exist. It's that simple. Can you slow it down again? They lower your audio too much? Yeah. It's kind of crazy how much they fucking, like they just chopped my shit up so hard. Holy fuck. This is worse than I expected. I'll be honest. I did not think it was going to be like that. That is kind of wild. I have far too much confidence in European liberalism. It's naivete for sure. This is a straightforward hatchet job at that point, right? I mean, come on. That's actually kind of messed up.
It's crazy because it's crazy because it doesn't even portray Hassan as like bad or portray Hassan poorly, right? It makes this guy look callous and evil, right? Even if we don't see the totality of Hassan's argument, but also like we're in the know though. I don't know how like normies would interact with it.
Fucking messed up, dude. I mean, it didn't work, but even then, it's like kind of crazy. What's crazy is it still didn't work, ironically enough. But, like they tried to literally lower the volume. They chopped up some of my statements, and even then, it still didn't get the job done. And I think I would go so far as to say that the very fact that they tried to silence me in this way makes their position look even worse.
Which is literally predicated. You say that Israel is racist, it's based on a racist idea. Hamas is deeply racist. They're anti-Jewish.
No, I don't think so.
You don't think?
I disagree with
well,
that.
the Hamas Charter contains references to fighting Jews as a religious duty, conspiracy claims about Jews controlling the media, finance, revolutions and wars, citations of anti-Semitic forgery of the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, and a notorious hadith about Muslims fighting and killing Jews before Judgment Day.
So you're referencing the 1988 charter, which has been updated since 2017, but it doesn't really matter because the point of the
Hamas
charter
likes Jews.
or their opinions. Do I think Hamas likes Jews? I think that there are.
What an insane question! I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What an insane question. That is an insane. That is an insane question to ask. Like, will you ask like slaves in the antebellum South? Like, do you think slaves like white people or whatever? Do you think like the black South Africans like the white South Africans? Like, what a crazy question to ask. Like, I think they would have a more positive outlook, right, on the people who are oppressing them if they stop doing the oppression. I think they would appreciate that. I think it would be a show of goodwill, a gesture of goodwill. You know what I mean? Like, because like, even in a situation where like Hamas is like anti-Semitic and they hate Jews, they don't have any power. They're not funded by like Western nations. We do know that there are people like members of the Knesset right now who sit there and say that they need to exterminate all Palestinians, right? Who call them a scourge, who call them cattle, who call them like a bunch of dehumanizing names. That's not reacting with any condemnations. Like that does exist. They are saying that right now. Oh dude, Elo's best friend. What is his name? Yoav Gallant. Yoav Gallant called them animals. Where's your condemnation for that? Maybe the US, Israel, and all the other governments and politicians shouldn't say that they're murdering Palestinians for all Jew safety. Yeah. Jews in the 1930s and 50s also hated Germans. I don't blame them one bit. Yeah, but have you considered that like you can't compare the Holocaust to anything? So like bad comparison. Actually, anti-Semitism, sweaty.
Semitic people in Palestinian society as there are in British society, right?
There aren't anti-Semitic people in British society killing Jews on a regular basis.
It's because there is no real occupation. There's no military occupation of England. If there was a military occupation of England by a foreign body, by an alien force, then I'm pretty sure you would probably rise up in arms as well. And this is not just a principle that I'm coming up with as a campus or someone who opposes imperialism. It's not pure idealism. This is something that former heads of Shin Bet have also acknowledged personally. I mean, this is something that former heads of the Israeli state have acknowledged, saying, if I was on the other side of this boundary, I would become a terrorist as well. And it's perfectly understandable that people would oppose 80 years of militant occupation, militant racist occupation, humiliation and subjugation.
Yeah. There was so funny on the viewer extension cracks on the 57,000%. What? That's so funny, actually. Viewers 1. Authenticated 571. It's 57,000% of the viewers that I have that are authenticated. Wait, I have 0 bots? Man, I'm what? I'm so washed. I have no bot. That's crazy. L.
And to go back to the point you were making about like there was no there was no resistance from Jewish partisans. This is also not true. Jewish partisans engaged in incredibly honest and incredibly moral acts of violence that was necessary at the time against key Nazi officials, including an uprising known as the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising. Yes. And that was perfectly valid. It was perfectly morally just, even though there were heinous acts of violence that took place. History is riddled with colonial occupants and even slaves, for example.
You've been reported saying
in chattel slavery, engaging in heinous acts of violence that we would oppose at the time that ultimately lead to liberation. And
yeah. Also, I literally made this analogy as well. It's hard to tell how much stuff that I picked up while watching Hassan, or how much of it is Hassan stealing it from me as a time traveler. Probably the second one. Most likely the second one.
And once the dust is settled, we look back.
What does liberation look like? What does liberation look like? Is it
not being oppressed anymore? Like, what do you think liberation looks like?
The Israeli state collapsing, or what does it look like?
Great question. So from my perspective, and I'm not Palestinian, right? So I think ultimately this is something that is that should be left to the people that are being occupied to come to terms with. But from my estimation, I agree with the likes of Avi Shlaim, famous Iraqi Jewish Israeli historian, that a abolition of the apartheid state that currently exists and the end of the occupation must take place. Some people believe in a binational commitment. I think that's perfectly valid. Some people claim that a two-state is viable. I don't necessarily believe that a two-state with the 67 boundaries is viable because of the fact that since the so-called peace process since the 90s, Israel has deliberately extended the settlement operations in the West Bank, and now the number...
All right, so, okay, no glaze. I will give Hassan some credit. He's in his element here. Like, he's cooking. This is Hassan in his element, which is like, and it's not surprising that like the audience is like completely like on his side and against Lewis's. Like this is his thing. It's the suits. Ow, my back. He's the lib whisperer. I don't think it's like lib whispering particularly, right? He's more like the normie whisperer. Right, because this guy, the guy he's talking to is a liberal, and it's doing well. They're gonna have to ban it from the internet. They'll try. I slightly disagree, but I'm nitpicking. Yeah, but if you get Kachimoto to nitpick Hassan, then he's doing well. If Kachimoto is doing anything except for like directly hating on Hassan, it's directly positive. That's the most like that's the biggest compliment you're gonna get. It is. U.S. President Donald Trump says Tuesday Iran was responsible for downing the American helicopter near Sheriff moves in the U.S. must respond to the attack. Yeah. It's not an article. It's better than coming from Barack Rabi. But yeah, we'll cover this afterwards. Because the war is back on the menu. And it's like America like attacking Iran directly, which is like, yeah, where this is going to escalate to is the question. Excuse me.
Of Jewish
Would you accept
that are
something the Israeli government have long wanted, and for understandable reasons, is that Hamas...
Notice how kind of wild, considering he posted a whole thread on why the ban was wrong, but he clearly let his liberal sensibilities get the better of him during this conversation. Yeah. This is counterproductive, authoritarian, and chilling. The British state should not be in the business of banning commentators and journalists from entering the country without compelling reason. Find their views objectionable is nowhere near enough. The Kanye case was far more borderline, but the idea of this becoming more routine was exactly my fear when I spoke and wrote about this unease at the prohibition from the country a few months ago. Piker has said some stupid and revolting things, but it doesn't mean we shouldn't be telling British cultural organizations they can't invite him to their events, or that the threat of the Home Office prohibition becomes a routine consideration. Meanwhile, Cenk is a mainstream...
Britain should ban me and no one else. Do you think Britain would ban me if I got a visa? Probably not. I'm not cool enough.
U.S. commentator on the left. I'm a mainstream U.S.
I don't plan on ever going. If I'm being entirely real, if you were to ask me one place that I'd say I would never go, Israel is number one. Number two place that I would never go is the UK. Scotland is great though. It's not high on my list. Now you go to Europe in general. Europe is not high on my list. Any active war zone, to be honest? Well, it depends. America is basically a war zone, so I have to go here. A UK trip? I'm not going to the UK. But to London in the summer? Nah. Chris Manifest update just dropped 2 minutes ago. Is this about the lawsuit? Well, this didn't drop 2 minutes ago. We have it here. It dropped like a few hours ago. You know what? We'll watch this real quick. It's quick.
Is finally finished. Episode 3 is finally finished after crazy all-nighters and basically destroying my health. But I can't post it or I will go to jail. And not only that, I will also immediately lose my lawsuit of $300,000, and the GoFundMe we made for Brian will go straight to this mystery company that I am no longer allowed to talk about. They sent court papers to my email, which I guess a judge approved for them that this was a valid form of service. And so now that I'm officially served, I cannot even mention this company or I will be in jail and everything. Normally I would be like, screw the big guy telling me what to do. I'm going to do what's morally right. But in this situation, if I do that, then all my friends get screwed with this lawsuit and we lose all the GoFundMe money we raised, like immediately. So I am no longer allowed to even mention this mystery company. My personal opinion is that this is unfair because this order was put on me because this company was telling the court that I was making bomb threats. I was planning on murdering the manager and employees, which obviously I didn't do, and you can see that in the footage. The only problem is I was not given a chance to share my side. The court just heard their perspective, not mine. So because I wasn't able to share my side, I am now no longer allowed to talk about them, and it looks like this might be it. So, yeah.
So, I mean, it'll come out in discovery anyway. Evidence, you don't litigate evidence in the civil proceedings. There's no, like, you hear my side before the court starts the lawsuit, right? All you need to do is get a judge to basically approve of like a lawsuit happening. And then you have to come with your lawyers to give your side of the story. So, that's what's coming. I mean, somebody could theoretically hack into his Patreon account and leak it. But I don't think it would work, honestly. They'll probably still get him for that.
U.S. commentator on the left, ironically enough. Not only am I a mainstream U.S. commentator on the left, but also beyond that, like, one of the things that these guys also have to now come to terms with is, like, I'm not just like some fucking random aberration, right? I'm not like some random radical. I'm a person who is a megaphone for a much broader, much larger movement. And not only that, but also I'm, collaborating with other candidates that are not just running, but also winning, right? So there is definitely a lot of people who feel this way. So you're not going to be able to silence all of these people, even if you try to engage in this like disciplining measure against one fucking figurehead that is representative of a much broader movement, right? I'm sorry that the LBC chopped you this way. Yeah, but even with the chop, they didn't achieve anything here. The irony is if they had let it ride, it still would have looked bad for them. But I think it looks worse for them that they chopped it down too. I personally think like the uncut
Top City. Hey, that's what my girlfriend called my room. Sorry.
Version of this would still look bad for them, but I think this looks worse for them, ironically enough, especially because the broader points that I make obviously come across in this conversation. It's not like there was any opportunity for them to chop it down entirely. Otherwise, it would just be Louis Goodall talking, and then every now and then I just go, and then they cut it, right? Because every moment that I have the camera on me, every moment that I'm on the microphone, I'm obviously hitting all of the fucking lines that they clearly don't want to have, right? They don't want to air on the fucking LBC broadcast, but they have to because the conversation is taking place between myself and Lewis, right? So, like, you know.
Would de-arm, would demilitarize as an exchange for any deal. Do you think that would be a reasonable request that Hamas would lay down their weapons?
I think that it's perfectly reasonable for a two-state solution, if that's what the suggestion is, a two-state solution where one of the two states is still going to have a standing military. Will that be Hamas as a political organization, or will that be the Palestinian National Forces? I do not know. But ultimately, of course, if there is a sovereign state, a sovereign Palestinian state, of course, they're going to have a standing military. It doesn't have to be Hamas. I'm not married to the idea. I don't necessarily care. To me, Hamas is simply a one of the many different Palestinian.
You know, that's actually a really good point. That's actually a very good point. Is that, like, if you actually want a two-state solution, how are you going to mandate who the Palestinians put into power? Right? Because it sounds like you don't actually want a two-state solution. You sound like you want a one-state solution where, like, Israel still has control over Hamas. Or not Hamas, but, like, over control over Palestine and Palestinians. If it was an actual two-state solution where it's a sovereign Palestinian state and a sovereign Israeli state, which would still be separate but equal, right? That's still, like, not a solution, right? But, like, if Palestinians were like, okay, we elect Hamas to lead us now, do you think that Israel should have a say in stopping them? Because if you do that, you don't want a two-state solution. You want a demilitarized Palestinian state, which makes no sense. Yeah, that's not what that's not what self-determination means. You know, it doesn't make any sense. The reason there's no elections now is because they try to do a coup after Hamas won the elections.
Throughout time, I don't agree with their domestic policies, but I feel like that is utterly immaterial because the conversation that we're having is about ending the occupation, and Hamas ultimately wants to end the occupation. Hamas would never exist and certainly would not be as violent as it has been if there hadn't been, 80 years of occupation prior. Hamas, we were talking about the charter in 1988. That charter was written when Hamas wasn't even an actual political organization, but a Muslim Brotherhood cutout that was an Islamic charity that was even getting funds from the Israeli government, as a matter of fact.
I'm thinking about the reasons why it might be that the Home Office has banned you. And I certainly, for the record, by the way, I don't think
conversation is probably part of it, don't you think?
Well, that's what I want to discuss. And for the record, when I've tweeted out this week, I think ridiculous that you've been banned. I think that, and so on. But let's think about the Home Office's justification, what it might be. I mean, is it true that you said that you considered Hamas to be 1,000 times better than Israel and you'd vote for Hamas over Israel every single time? Is that true, and do you stand by it?
Yeah, I do.
That's despite the fact that Hamas was responsible for October the 7th and a pogrom against Jewish people. You said you'd vote for them 1,000 times over the democratic state of Israel.
It wasn't a pogrom against Jewish people. Were there atrocities and war crimes?
You don't think that there was any anti-Semitism involved in that?
Absolutely.
This is where you go wrong, Hassan. You find yourself basically in a position defending elements of this.
Why I'm wrong?
I'm telling you why you're wrong.
I said, don't tell me I'm wrong. Tell me why I'm wrong. I hear a lot of criticisms. You call me a lot of names, but never a liar.
Because you're honestly saying you saw Jewish people, overwhelmingly Jewish people killed that day. It was a pogrom. It was the biggest pogrom of Jews that we've seen, against Jews that we've seen since the end of the Second World War. Why do you find yourself in a position where you're like, okay, I'm actually going to defend that principle. I'm going to defend the argument about that. Why? You just undermine yourself.
Great question. I actually gave an interview to the Times UK on this as well, and I'll explain exactly why.
Please.
So October 7 was traumatic. There were heinous acts of violence that took place, no doubt about it. I would never agree again. I would never disagree with that assessment. What I will disagree with, however, is the intentionality. The idea that October 7 was done specifically to kill as many Jewish people as possible, I think is incorrect. I think the ultimate goal of the Palestinian resistance, whether we agree with their methods or tactics or not, and I certainly have my disagreements, the ultimate goal of the Palestinian
disagreements. They killed 1,300 people and raped people.
Of course.
Killed innocent young people at music festivals.
But the ultimate goal is to make the occupation as costly as possible, because the extended 80-year, or at the time 75-year occupation had done October 7's.
So the ends justify the means, do they? The ends justify the means. If I can compare it to something in the UK, Hassan.
The reason why I don't believe that the Israeli ends justify the means, and that's precisely the reason why I'm saying.
So why do you then say that Hamas is 1,000 times better than
come on, you can't literally be lowering my volume at this point. Like, that's crosstalk. That's just straight up. You gotta let my voice be heard, man. You gotta let my voice be heard in this point. I mean, this is literally the meat of the argument. That's crazy. Yeah, I mean, I get it. You got home court advantage, but you can't be this aggressive with it. Because at this point, it turns into like, I'm losing the argument, so I'm just going to silence you, and I'm not even going to fucking hide it. Like with the other cuts, with the other crosstalk audio levels, you could at least justify it by saying, oh, well, we wanted to make sure that we made this editorial decision for brevity, for clarity. But in this circumstance, it's quite deliberate. You are literally lowering my volume because you don't want your audience to hear my perspective, which, again, is the exact opposite of the whole point, or whole purpose of having me on the broadcast. Did you have me on your broadcast so you could try and bully me into submission, or did you have me on the broadcast to have a good faith, honest discussion about disagreements that we might have? I've been very courteous throughout this entire process. I don't imply in any way, shape, or form that like Louis Goodall is a stooge for Israel or defending Israel and Israeli interests or anything like that. I'm just saying, look, we might have some disagreements. It's a good faith, honest, liberal style conversation. I find it very strange that this is what they chose to do. They wanted to be the ones to silence you, or an upset Shabana Mahmood got to you first. Yeah. First Amendment only functions in the U.S. This is not a First Amendment conversation, chatter. I think when you invite someone onto your broadcast and you have disagreements with that person, I think it's a little dishonest to literally lower their volume, especially when the crosstalk is taking place, right? Come on. Then don't have me on the broadcast. Don't have me on the broadcast then. What's the purpose? I mean, how is this any different than what Shabana Mahmood did, right? If you're in disagreement with what the Home Office did, which Louis is, right? Then don't you feel like this is not dissimilar? Look, you could make an argument as to why they cut some of the statements that I was making for brevity, for clarity, right? You can make that argument. I don't know if I agree with it, but you can't really make that argument here, okay? You can't really make that argument in this point because this is just purely...
What I miss? I with the title? What title? Oh, this stream viewership is capped. It is technically capped. We just haven't hit the cap yet. I am curious about my stream graph for today on like Twitch tracker. Oh no, it didn't show my cap. It didn't show my viewership being capped. L me, I guess. I did lose 2 followers technically from today's stream. I don't know what I said that made them upset, but they did unfollow me.
Lowering my audio to make it harder for the audience to hear what I have.
Okay, let me run it back.
I am wrong.
I'm telling you why.
Me, Hamas is simply
Yeah, well, I want to post viewers every 10 minutes. I don't want to cap it for 10 minutes. That's so sad.
Come to terms with is like, I'm not just like some fucking random aberration, right? I'm not like some random radical. I'm a person who is a megaphone for a much broader, much larger movement. And not only that, but also I'm you know, collaborating with other candidates that are not just running, but also winning, right? So there is definitely a lot of people who feel this way. So you're not going to be able to silence all of these people, even if you try to engage in this like disciplining measure against one fucking figurehead that is representative of a much broader movement, right? I'm sorry that the LBC chopped you this way. Yeah, but even with the chop, they didn't achieve anything here. The irony is if they had let it ride, it still would have looked bad for them. But I think it looks worse for them that they chopped it down too. You know? I personally think like the uncut version of this would still look bad for them, but I think this looks worse for them, ironically enough, especially because the broader points that I make obviously come across in this conversation. It's not like there was any opportunity for them to chop it down entirely. Otherwise, it would just be Louis Goodall talking, and then every now and then I just go, and then they cut it, right? Because every moment that I have the camera on me, every moment that I'm on the microphone, I'm obviously hitting all of the fucking lines that they clearly don't want to have, right? They don't want to air on the fucking LBC broadcast, but they have to because the conversation is taking place between myself and Louis, right? So like, you know.
Would de-arm, would demilitarize as an exchange for any deal? Do you think that would be a reasonable request that Hamas would lay down their weapons?
I think that it's perfectly reasonable for a two-state solution, if that's what the suggestion is, a two-state solution where one of the two states is still going to have a standing military. Will that be Hamas as a political organization, or will that be the Palestinian National Forces? I do not know. But ultimately, of course, if there is a sovereign state, a sovereign Palestinian state, of course they're going to have a standing military. It doesn't have to be Hamas. I'm not.
I'm surprised I heard Sean say the same thing so many times. I didn't notice. Sean went back into an alley. Yeah, I did.
Married to the idea. I don't necessarily care. To me, Hamas is simply a one of the many different Palestinian.
And that's right. I currently have one viewer. I'll be thanking my single viewer. Justin, thank you for being here. Welcome.
Palestinian resistance groups that has existed.
Brian Poole is now my new single viewer. Thank you, Brian Poole, for being here. Welcome.
Throughout time. I don't agree with their domestic
policy. Light Toe, thank you for being here. Welcome. Katie, new single viewer. Thank you for being here. Welcome. Welcome. Barton Pan, thank you for being here. Welcome. Welcome. Cadenza, new viewer. Thank you for being here. Bot, okay. Grishikor is a Sort of Something. Thank you for being here. Welcome. Meows Luna, thank you for being here. Welcome. Bulletproof, thank you for being here. Welcome. PK Boogeyman, thank you for being here. AP Shark, thank you for being here. Terrorizer. Whoa, one viewer, my zero viewer. Okay. Y'all are switching out pretty quickly. I don't know how you're doing this. I don't know how you're doing this, but you're switching out pretty quickly. For having one viewer. Another viewer. Oh, yeah. Broken is a bot. Makes sense. First time watching? Yes, thank you for being here. Welcome. Only one person can watch me at a time. Wait, actually, I think I could actually do that. Hold on. Only one. I can only have one chatter too. Well, I can add this to my. Okay, I can add it to my quick actions. Oh, that's so funny. I'm doing that as well. How do I do it? Oh no! Dang it. I thought that's would be able to do it, but no, it just turned on slow mode. Hold on, like this. Bow. Ow. Ow. There we go. There we go. Now chat's way slower. I still can't turn on, like, only a single person can chat, unfortunately. Oh, whoops. I turned it back on. Off. There we go. There we go. He's mad with power. I can keep doing it too. Wait, says you are released.
Policies, but I feel like that is utterly immaterial because the conversation that we're having is about ending the occupation, and Hamas ultimately wants to end the occupation. Hamas would never exist and certainly would not be as...
Wait, why does it say slow mode is still on? How do I turn that off? I'm trying to fix it. It still says slow mode is on. Now it's off. It says that it's on for me. Let me refresh. Let me refresh. Off. Okay. I think that's it. I think I fixed it. I won't touch it anymore. I'm removing that button. That button's scary. We're going to remove that button. That button no longer exists. I can do this button, though. Which is for the next 2 hours, there's a discount on my stream. So 35% off 5 plus gifted or more. Think about that. Like your dad scarf, it's a turban. You try the VIP button on us? No, I see what you're trying to do. AF Messing, thank you for the 1 bit. Happy birthday to your Uncle Adam. Uncle Adam, happy birthday. Your uncle is my uncle. Adam is all of our uncles. Everybody say happy birthday to Uncle Adam.
Violent as it has been if there hadn't been 80 years of occupation prior. Hamas, we were talking about the charter in 1988. That charter was written when Hamas wasn't even an actual political organization, but a Muslim Brotherhood cutout that was an Islamic charity that was even getting funds from the Israeli government, as a matter of fact.
I'm thinking about the reasons why it might be that the Home Office has banned you, and I certainly, for the record, by the way, I don't think
this conversation is probably part of it, don't you think?
Well, that's what I want to discuss. And for the record, when I've tweeted out this week, I think ridiculous that you've been banned. I think that and so on. But let's think about the Home Office's justification.
He's like, I think it's ridiculous that you've been banned, but you are kind of anti-Semitic. So I don't know how you I feel the chat is super delayed now. Is it? If you can hear me, type 1 in chat. Nope, seems fine. Three seconds. No, it seems fine to me.
Might be. I mean,
try hitting a refresh.
You said
5.
that you considered Hamas to be 1,000 times better than Israel, and you'd vote for Hamas over Israel every single time. Is that true, and do you stand by it?
Yeah, I do.
To be fair, you can't vote for either Hamas nor Israel. It's a silly hypothetical to be like, you said you would vote for Hamas over Israel. Yeah, you can't vote for either of them. Neither of them are political parties in America. Well,
do.
That's despite the fact that Hamas was responsible for October the 7th and a pogrom against Jewish people. You said you'd vote for them 1,000 times over the democratic state of Israel.
Well, even taking that at face value, Israel's responsible for a genocide.
I was about to go get the Henny.
Right? Does he not think it's a genocide? This is what I said a few years ago. I don't know if I said it since, but the first thing you do when talking to liberal Zionists, you get baselines down, right? Do you think Israel is committing a genocide? Also, King Henry, they were 10 gifted subs. Huge W. I'm going to start a hype train soon. And we're only 250 subs away from doing an art stream at 1,000. Think about that. Israel's also an apartheid state, so it's not even a real democracy. Hey, but they have some Palestinians in some levels of government. That's what Ethan Klein said. You can't be able to get this sub as well. Much appreciated.
Jewish people. It wasn't a pogrom against Jewish people. Were there atrocities and war crimes?
You
that
don't
took
think
place
that there was any
October 7th?
anti-Semitism involved in that?
Absolutely.
This is where you go wrong, Hassan. You find yourself basically in a position defending elements of Israel every single time. Is that true, and do you stand by it?
Yeah, I do.
That's despite the fact that Hamas was responsible for October the 7th and a pogrom against Jewish people. You said you'd vote for them 1,000 times over the democratic state of Israel.
It wasn't a pogrom against Jewish people. Were there atrocities and war crimes?
You don't think that there was any anti-Semitism involved in that?
Absolutely.
This is where you go wrong, Hassan. You find yourself basically in a position defending elements of this.
Why I'm wrong?
I'm telling you why you're wrong.
I said, don't tell me I'm wrong. Tell me why I'm wrong. I hear a lot of criticisms. You call me a lot of names, but never a liar.
Because you're honestly saying,
yo, you put good deal for 5 subs, and we are 75% away to the goal. And a hype train is incoming, chat. Go ahead and check and see if you have 1 bit left over. Shout out to when Twitch used to give out bits for watching ads. Now you just watch the ads for no reason. If you have 1 bit left over, you can just drop a bit. 1 single bit. 1 sub win for 1K. Yeah, by 1 viewer, we are 1 sub away from 1K of 1K. We're almost there. Also, it's been 10 minutes now. I want to check my tracker to see if it shows 1 viewer. Nope, it still currently says 555 or whatever. So we'll see. I'll give it 10 more minutes.
you saw Jewish people all over.
For me, no, I'm checking the Twitch tracker. See if it shows up on third-party sites.
Overwhelmingly Jewish people killed that day. It was a pogrom.
Mm-hmm.
It was the biggest pogrom of Jews that we've seen against Jews that we've seen since the end of the Second World War. Why do you find yourself in a position where you're like, okay, I'm actually going to defend that principle. I'm going to defend the argument about that. Why? You just undermine yourself.
Great question. I actually gave an interview to the Times UK on this as well, and I'll explain exactly why.
Please.
So October 7th was traumatic. There were heinous acts of violence that took place. No doubt about it.
10-minute mark? No, it doesn't, because it says it updated at 3 hours. You're right. It does. I'm wrong. You're right. I'm wrong. It's at 3 hours and 18 minutes and 28 minutes. So I was looking at the wrong thing. Shut up. Nobody asked you.
I would never agree again. I mean, I would never disagree with that.
Available? No, I don't. You'll get it back when I go to LA or when I move to DC.
Go get the Henny.
Holy over the 5 gifted subs for 1 viewer. Much appreciated. Bullying your only viewer. Just need for the single bit as well. And a hype train has started. We're at level 5, a level 5 hype train. For every sub, I raised the viewer cap. No, I won't do that. Thank you for the 1 bit as well, Justin. And Miss Silves, thank you for the tier 1. Justin dropped another bit. Military Red, thank you for the bit as well. Like 1 person received 5 subs. We figure it out. You and me and you.
What I will disagree with, however, is the intentionality. The idea that October 7 was done specifically to kill as many Jewish people as possible, I think, is incorrect. I think the ultimate goal of the Palestinian resistance, whether we agree with their methods or tactics or not, and I certainly have my disagreements, the ultimate goal...
Like, this is so silly. Like, again, were slave rebellions, like, anti-white and racist against the white people because the people who were killed were white? Is that what he's saying? Like, that's silly. That's so silly.
Have your disagreements. They killed 1,300 people. And raped
of course.
Viking Eating, thank you for the gifted sub. A Lady of Plans, thank you for the 1 bit. Malachi, thank you for the 14-month resubscription. Justin, thank you for the extra bit as well. Involved with the argument of the Haitian Revolution. Maybe. And Justin, thank you for the 1 bit as well.
Of course,
innocent young people at music festivals.
But the ultimate goal is to make the occupation as costly as possible, because the extended 80-year, or at the time 75-year occupation had done October 7's.
So the ends justify the means, do they? The ends justify the means.
He's not even listening. He's not even listening. He's not even like debating on Hassan on what he's saying. He's just like, oh, so now you're saying the ends justify the means now. Like, you can't even do an analysis of like occupation and that, like, resistance to occupation is an inevitable end, right, to occupation existing. And he's like, oh, so now the end justify the means. Like, no, you're just analyzing the literally the sequential steps on how we get here. People are occupied and faced with oppression. They fight back against that. They resist against that, sometimes violently, right? Atrocities happen in that resistance, right? And that can be avoided by going back to the first step, and that's no occupation happening in the first place. You know? Just think of the 3 more bits. And Flowy Chloe think of the bit as well.
If I can compare it to something in the UK, Hassan.
The reason why I don't believe that the Israeli ends justify the means, and that's precisely the reason why I'm saying.
So why do you then say that Hamas is 1,000 times better than...
Just numerically, the amount of people that Hamas has killed is just numerically a fraction of how many people Israel has killed. Objectively speaking, this is not like, I'm not even getting into it morally. Objectively speaking, like just looking at the numbers, the amount of people killed, even in 2023 alone, right? You can cut it off, right? At the end of 2023. And even then, Israel has killed, like numerically, statistically, more people than Hamas had, right? To a factor of 1,000. Objectively, this is not to be argued, right? This is literally not to be argued. You cannot argue against it because that's the case. And so, just looking at that specific, that one specific factor, without looking at anything else, you can make that claim and be accurate. You could say that Hamas is 1,000 times better than Israel and be accurate just by the number of the people that Israel has killed. Joe Wangden, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. And Uptempo, thank you for the bid as well. It's insanity. They killed at least 30,000 people by December 2023. Was it 30,000? I know that the number stopped being counted by Western media at 40,000. I don't know if that happened in December, or if that happened in like February. It's hard to tell because the West stopped reporting on it. They stopped reporting on it. They stopped caring about it. And then after they stopped reporting on it, the Gaza Health Ministry is unable to adequately count the bodies of direct Palestinians killed by bombs, specifically because Israel has killed everybody. They bombed ambulances, they bombed doctors, they bombed hospitals, they bombed the entire apparatus around counting, right, the casualties that Israel murdered, right? So we don't even have an accurate count in that regard. So we don't even know at this point, right? But they killed an insane amount of people before the 2023 was even over, right? Israel killed more Palestinians before October 7th than Hamas killed on October 7th. I don't know why liberal media just ignores that fact. But that wasn't the case. 2023 was the deadliest year for Palestinian children before October 7th. I know why. I mean, I know. We know why. But like, it's insanity.
Come on, you can't literally be lowering my volume at this point. Like, that's crosstalk. That's just straight up. You gotta let my voice be heard, man. Here's
the cap can go to 1. Isn't it crazy? I actually don't even know how many people are actually in here because the cap does say 1 viewer. But I think it's been long enough. I can check it off now. I see 2. You shouldn't see 2 because it's only 1.
Gotta let my voice be heard in this point. I mean, this is literally the meat of the argument. That's crazy.
Sometimes it flickers.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. You got home court advantage, but you can't be this aggressive with it. Because at this point, At this point, it turns into like, I'm losing the argument, so I'm just going to silence you, and I'm not even going to fucking hide it. Like with the other cuts, with the other crosstalk audio levels, you could at least justify it by saying, oh, well, we wanted to make sure that we made this editorial decision for brevity, for clarity. But in this circumstance, it's quite deliberate. You are literally lowering my volume because you don't want your audience to hear my perspective, which again is the exact opposite of the whole point, whole purpose of having me on the broadcast. Did you have me on your broadcast so you could try and bully me into submission, or did you have me on the broadcast to have a good faith, honest discussion about disagreements that we might have?
I think 579. Oh, yeah, that's at the cap off now. So you may have updated it already.
I've been very courteous throughout this entire process. I don't imply in any way, shape, or form that like Louis Goodall is a stooge for Israel or.
I mean, at this point, that's the only conclusion that I can come to.
Defending Israel and Israeli interests or anything like that. I'm just saying, look, we might have some disagreements. It's a good faith, honest, liberal style conversation.
But wouldn't he want to bully into submission? What does he get from being nice to Hassan in this instance versus any other anti-Zionist? I mean, I don't think anything. But like, it is crazy that he's not even attempting to be unbiased, you know? Especially because he was defending Hassan like 2 days prior.
I find it very strange that
it's crazy to be on Twitter and be like, listen, Hassan should not have been banned. But on your show, be like, listen, Hassan, you shouldn't have been banned, but I think you are an anti-Semite.
This is what they chose to do. They wanted to be the ones to silence you, or an upset Shabana Mahmoud got to you first. Yeah. First Amendment only functions in the US. This is not a First Amendment conversation, chatter. I think when you invite someone onto your broadcast and you have disagreements with that person, I think it's a little dishonest to literally lower their volume, especially when the crosstalk is taking place, right? Come on. Then don't have me on the broadcast. Don't have me on the broadcast.
Well, the only virtue that the ban would have been affect right-wing extremists they actually support.
Then what's the purpose?
But isn't the Labour Party is basically right-wing at this point, no?
I mean, how is this any different than what Shabana Mahmoud did, right? If you're in disagreement with what the Home Office did, which Louis is, right? Then don't you feel like this is not dissimilar? Look, you could make an argument as to why they cut some of the statements that I was making for brevity, for clarity, right? You can make that argument. I don't know if I agree with it, but you can't really make that argument here, okay? You can't really make that argument in this point because this is just purely lowering my audio to make it harder for the audience to hear what I have to say here. Methods or tactics or not, and I certainly have my disagreements. The ultimate goal, but the ultimate at the time
ends justify the means. If I can compare it to something in the UK, Hassan,
the reason why I don't believe that the Israeli ends justify the means, and that's precisely the reason why I'm saying.
So why do you then say that Hamas is 1,000 times better than Israel?
Because Israel has done an October 7 1,000 times over to the Palestinian population. The civilian cap.
Yeah, I saw that Amazing Sanctuary hit 67,000 subs.
Casualty.
They often tell people where they're going to bomb. I'm not defending Israel. I'm not defending Israel, Hassan, but like I think that a lot of people, if you look at the facts, that's crazy.
But that's the point I'm driving home, and this is the reason why I have this conversation, because a lot of people have, due to social conditioning, this kind of hang up where they don't want to analyze the situation in an effort to actually make sure that there's no more violence. I abhor violence.
No, just don't minimize October 7th. I mean, to compare it to, say, a British context, you could have absolutely said, I'm sure you would be in this position, you could say, look, I have complete solidarity with the Irish Republican cause. But you don't need to have solidarity with the Irish Republican Army and what they...
Why not? you don't have to defend like everything that the IRA has done, but like, why would you not have solidarity with the IRA? You know what I mean? Like, understanding that a reaction to oppression requires solidarity, right? Because without that solidarity, you are siding with the oppressors. It doesn't make sense to me.
They did against the UK, killing innocent civilians. It is possible to have both thoughts in your head at the same time. You can have complete solidarity with the Palestinian people without defending Hamas a single bit. And you do defend Hamas, and that's what's objectionable about your point.
I defend anti-colonial resistance movements when there are aspects of their anti-colonial resistance or their ideology.
There's nothing to defend. They kill innocent people. There's nothing to defend.
But so does Israel. More innocent people than Hamas does. And that's just objectively the case. But violence is acceptable in his eyes. Israel's violence, right? Which is why the language he talks about this with is tailored, right? He'll say, right, I obviously disagree with the Netanyahu government and some of the stuff that they do, but Hamas kills innocent people. Hamas rapes innocent people. Like, Israel doesn't do that themselves to a higher degree and more often with the cosign of Western nations, right? But that's just disagreeing with Netanyahu's government. Instead of like, you know, Hamas is an evil entity and an evil organization that does the violence and kills innocent people. You know, the framing is just different. They're okay with that framing. They were okay with Israel killing innocent people. They don't see Palestinians as people, right? But Hamas is killing Israelis, and they see Israelis as people, and that's the problem.
A lot of Palestinians don't defend them either. They hate them because they can kill innocent kids.
The question is this, right? The question I would present to you is this. Do you think that the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising was a condemnable act by Jewish partisans that got together and organized to fight
I don't
back?
think the situations are the same, no. Because
why not? At that point, the Holocaust had not been completely implemented.
Oh, but Kristallnacht had systemic destruction of Jewish people. They're all being...
So is he claiming that that's not the case for Palestine? Is that what his implication is?
Rounded up into ghettos. And I'm not saying, Hassan, of course.
Dude, you just described the current conditions of Palestinians. You literally described the conditions of Palestinians leading up to October 7. What do you think? What do you think 80 years or even longer than that down, like, but since 1947, 1948, 75 years of apartheid and subjugation and death and destruction, what do you think that looked like? That's worse than Kristallnacht. Literally, like, numbers wise, that was worse. That, like, in totality, it's spanned across 80 fucking years. Of course it's literally it's like more heinous at that point. It's pre-final solution. The comparison is Warsaw Ghetto Uprising is taking place. There's been violence against Jews. There's been, obviously, Jews have been ghettoized. Jews have been ghettoized. They've been placed inside of these concentration camps, right? And obviously they're fighting back. And it's earnest, it's honest, it's just, it's appropriate for them to do so. Regardless of what the fucking cost is on the other side. Israel...
Again, liberals oppose every war but the current war. That's all it is.
...is doing fucking Kristallnachts on a daily basis leading up to October 7. What are we talking about? It's totally ridiculous.
He thinks it's not a genocide because they are being unilaterally bombed rather than lifted up, which is what Hassan should ask him. Which is why I said, I think at this point, over a year ago, probably a year and a half ago, which is like, anytime you talk to a liberal Zionist, the first question you always ask is, do you think it's a genocide? Because that's the fundamental disagreement here. Hassan thinks it's a genocide, and it is, according to like international human rights organizations. And Lewis does not. That's what the disagreement is. He does not think it's a genocide. Because if he thought it was a genocide, he would not be talking about it in the way that it's not a genocide.
Ridiculous. That argument is totally fucking ridiculous. Years of apartheid?
And I don't...
Years of apartheid?
I do not for a single second. I do not for...
It was as violent.
I do not for...
Yeah, there you go. And I bring home that point, but
a single second. And by the way, let's talk about the Warsaw Ghetto. That way they were attacking SS officers. They were attacking their oppressors, not kids at music festivals.
I don't disagree with you as far as the targeting.
Okay, now I want to know his thoughts on like the Nat Turner Rebellion, right, or the Haitian Revolution, right, or the ANC. We already know his thoughts on the IRA, right? Weren't over half of them soldiers? Yes, but also, you know, they were like 19-year-old generals. That's just what Israel does. I mean, you can't even. I don't want to bring up the French Revolution because, like, you know, they're white. So, like, it wouldn't be the same to him. Jose is not the same. It's different. If I'm in Dresden, former children. The American Revolution. To be fair, he's British. He'd probably be like, hey, I hate that. Oh, I hate that. I hate the American Revolution.
Of civilians, I'm simply stating, and there are condemnable actions which I have condemned.
30 killed on October 7th. Some of them were definitely killed by Israel. Israel killed at least 100,000 kids. I mean, Israel killed more kids in 2023 than Hamas killed people at all on October 7th. I keep saying that because it's true. 2023 was the deadliest year for Palestinian children for like 50 years, for a long time. Like, I don't know what we're talking about here. Like, we're at a point where like even like normies don't believe what this person is saying. Not Hassan, but like the other guy. Like you can't spin this.
What I'm simply stating is the principle overall of the end to the occupation and militant resistance in an effort 6th, to create.
The irony, yes, came out before October 7th. Because we covered it here. Because I remember Ethan Klein running these same lines. And we said it then too. I don't understand how some thought they were going to be honest with them when their objective has been defending Israel's genocide. To be fair, it is a different state than it was 2 years ago. We do live in a different society where, like, very seldomly will you see Western media do this so overt Israeli propaganda. Right? You have like moderate mainstream Democrats like apologizing for taking a right. So I do understand why a little bit of his naivety, right? But it is also the UK. The UK is crazy. Right, but it is a different state. It is different than it was 2 years ago or 3 years ago. It objectively is. Did you really get capped? No, I capped myself. I thought that was funny.
An end to the occupation is literally a fundamental aspect of every successful liberation movement. So when I actually criticize, when I actually analyze the actions taken by not only Hamas but also Hezbollah right now, for example, because Lebanon is currently being pummeled by Israel once again, I place the emphasis on the colonial occupant. I place the emphasis on the foreign occupying power because they hold all the cards.
Look, I get everything you're saying, Hassan, but you know.
Oh, they cut him off.
But you don't. But you don't. Israel has the power to end all of this, and they choose not to. So how would you defend that? You should ask this guy about BBC reporting on Israeli teens being kidnapped from tanks. Yeah, it's very interesting that everyone killed on October 7th was an innocent civilian. Yeah, I mean, look. Iran is attacking Israel right now. I know. We're going to get to it in a second. You need to learn about the IRA so you can corner these spineless Brits. No, I do know about the IRA. I did defend it. I said, like, the IRA, in that moment when he asked me, I was like, the IRA was engaging in anti-colonial resistance. I'm in support of it. I'm in favor of it.
You say that Hamas is 1,000 times better than Israel. I mean, let's leave aside the fact that Israel, whatever we think about it, is a democratic state, admittedly one that's been going down a more authoritarian direction. You say you'd vote for...
It's democratically in favor of genocide and apartheid.
This is also true. Incorrect. I don't know why he thought like invoking like better not be. No, I'm rooting for the Spurs. I'm actually not a Knicks fan. Just because I've seen a lot of Knicks fans and I like to be contrarian. Spurs in 6. Whatever that means. I think that's correct.
So
it's also got Arab Israelis and Palestinian Israelis.
Like,
I missed
going down a more authoritarian direction. You say you'd vote for.
It's democratically in favor of genocide and apartheid. So
It's also got Arab Israelis and
Right,
Palestinian.
he just like ignores that part. That's true though. It's true. Like the state of Israel has been democratically aligned on like committing genocide against the Palestinians. Like this is true. Is he gonna debate that? I don't get it.
Like, oh no, they democratically voted to murder every Palestinian. Who cares about democracy at that point? What are we talking about? It's a fucking apartheid. Yeah, well, if they voted democratically to fucking kill, by the most conservative estimate, 75,000 Palestinians, overwhelming majority women and children and the elderly, well then, oops, can't do anything about that, right? Can't do anything about that. Did the Palestinians vote for their own demise? No, they didn't, because Israel is the colonial occupant, is the sovereign occupant nation over.
90% of Israelis in a poll say they support ethnic cleansing, and a majority support straight up killing off Palestinians. I think that number is actually slightly lower now. I'm pretty sure. I think the number is slightly lower. As of I think like 3 months ago. Right? I don't know where the poll is, so I support this. Like 2% lower? Yes, like 2 to 3% lower. I'm pretty sure it's not exactly 90 now. No foul called. I support this. Listen, Wemby's tall. Listen, he couldn't see over his head. He needs to get it out the way. I see nothing wrong. That's so funny.
For all of the Palestinians that live there. So clearly it doesn't matter because they don't get a say.
Did recall it recently being 87%, so that checks
Did the
out.
Palestinians of the West Bank get a say over their occupation? No, of course not. It's ridiculous. It's a ridiculous conversation. And even if that wasn't the case, then what? Israel democratically voted to invade a foreign nation then? That's still completely ridiculous, you know?
To be fair, America does that all the time. America consistently votes to invade foreign nations. Sometimes they don't even vote for it. Sometimes the president just does it. But like, that's a very American thing.
Who live there as citizens with others, so which is not the same as apartheid in South Africa.
They're considered second-class citizens as dictated by the Israeli constitution.
But the point is,
there are varying degrees of discrimination in Israeli society.
But I tell you where there's a lot of discrimination in Hamas-run Gaza. I mean, how
this part was ridiculous.
Do you feel about being a gay man, for example, living under Hamas, or a woman, for example?
I mean, it would be pretty difficult to live under all those bombs. Right, if you think about it. It would be difficult living under all those bombs, right? In the rubble that Israel has created in your parents' home. It's so difficult to live under those bombs.
You say you would vote for them 1,000 times over. You can't vote for them.
I know gay Palestinians, and they would say the exact same thing that I'm about to tell you. The biggest threat to their existence is the Israeli occupation. They might have disagreements with Hamas. They might not
be pushed off a bridge.
Elements. No, that's racialized.
It's not racialized. It literally happens. LGBT group, LGBT groups around the world have condemned her.
That's not true. That's simply not true.
Do you think that is? It is literally.
I will have to push back on this. What you're saying is actually not true, and also a little bit messed up to say, because these groups are very different from one another.
I mean, my response would be what bridges? There is no infrastructure in Gaza because of Israel. Like, even if you were telling the truth, even if you were completely accurate about your assessment here, like, And if the queer people survived in Gaza from the Israeli bombs that were being dropped on them, or sorry, Israeli American bombs that were being dropped on them, there are no bridges left. There are no bridges. There are barely standing buildings. There is no infrastructure. Like there's nothing there anymore. Like, what are we talking about?
I am not an Islamist personally, obviously. I am not I'm not someone who's ever going to be in favor of religious fundamentalism, but Hamas does not represent religious fundamentalist governance. It
referring to 82%, not 90. Sorry. No, you're good. It was 90 at one point. You are correct. It was 90 at one point. Right? But I did remember it being slightly lower. So you're not entirely wrong that it was at one point 90%, probably even slightly higher. Yeah, survey of Jewish Israelis, 80% support expelling Palestinians from Gaza, 56% support expelling Palestinian citizens from Israel, 47% agree that when conquering an enemy city, the IDF should act as the Israelites did in Jericho under Joshua's command, killing all of its inhabitants. Source, Pennsylvania State University. So it was slightly lower, but that's still like insanely high, right? Insanely high.
You can get up to 10 years.
That hasn't necessarily changed like that much in the recent years either.
Years in prison for being gay. You can get up to 10 years in prison for being gay down the barrel of a Hamas gun. That wouldn't happen to you in Tel Aviv. Whatever we think about Israel, that wouldn't happen to you in Tel Aviv.
It doesn't matter. This is what I mean when I say.
I mean, yeah, because if you're a gay Palestinian in Tel Aviv, they want to kick you out. They want to expel you. 56% support expelling Palestinian citizens of Israel. Like, right? It's kind of funny as well because like Israel does have like an oppressive system of anybody who is not like a Jewish Israeli specifically. Like they do. Like this is a thing that happens to the like, and this is so funny for him to try to debate because like even recently, like this is like something that like Christians have seen going to Israel thinking that it would be all like nice and super sick and awesome. Like you have like nuns being spit on, like Christians who are just walking down the street, like Western Christians being spit on by Israelis. Like that's before even getting to like trying to be a Palestinian living in Israeli society. Like and you not being able to walk on certain streets, live in certain areas, be in certain places, ride on certain buses. Like this is a thing that happens. Like I don't know, you can't debate this. You literally cannot debate this. Israel also uses queer Palestinian queerness against them, threatening to out them. They don't turn spy for Israel. Yeah, that was before October 7th. This is a history that they've had. This is all everything that we're describing here is pre-October 7th. This is all before October 7th. So people act like October 7th is like, you know, the cause of all Palestinians' problems. This is all pre-October 7th. I don't know how you can acknowledge it or cannot acknowledge this.
Homofascism, by the way, for the record, I hope that people understand that, which he's going to bring up later as well. This is literally pinkwashing a genocidal apartheid state that is conducting a genocidal apartheid state. This is literally it. Oh, well, Hamas would mistreat the gays. It's like, okay, well, you know who mistreats the gays? Israel. Far worse.
I will say, not Hassan's best accent.
Far worse fate befalls the gay Palestinian population under American, British, and Israeli bombs. It's
true. Exactly.
It's ridiculous.
Exactly.
This is what I mean when I say this is genuinely, this is what I mean when I say this is like gay fascism, okay? The fuck? And the whole like, oh, well, you know, same-sex marriage is not allowed in Israel.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't even matter. It's not even the fucking main point of contention. Hamas could be the most homophobic entity on the planet, and it still wouldn't justify Israel's actions, guys. Wake up. Hello? Like, do you guys understand? The reason why I don't even entertain this, like, well, Israel is homophobic too, is because it's a stupid argument. I don't give a fuck if Hamas is the most homophobic entity in the region, okay? It's not, but it doesn't even matter if it was. Would that justify a fucking genocide? What are we talking about? There's plenty of people in Alabama that are homophobic that have the identical opinions that this person falsely says Hamas has.
I would go as far as to say a lot of people in Alabama have worse opinions on gay people that have lost that. Like, have you spoken to some people? Not in Alabama specifically. No offense to Katie, but like it honestly, it's not even. It's also the North. Yeah, it's not just the South. It's also like the North, right? It's the Midwest as well. Like it's really bad. Like queer people and trans people are like literally dying here. They're being murdered here currently, right now. They're being stabbed in the woods. There are like numerous instances of queer and trans people like right now, right, being found dead, right, being detonated by their parents, right, having to be buried with tombstones who say the wrong name. Like this is a current thing that happens. But you're not saying, oh well, look at this one homophobic redneck in West Virginia, therefore America should be bombed. Like, that's craziness.
Should we be fucking genociding the state of Alabama? Of course not. That's insane.
So, you know, a liberal Zionist, it's just Zionism still fascists. Yeah. The U.S. currently having an internal refugee crisis due to the amount of trans people being forced out of red states. Exactly. But this is a perfect example of this. We're not like, nobody's calling to like, you know, drop bombs on red states, including the trans people that currently live there, because that would be absolutely insane. Like that would be crazy to state. Like, and the people in West Virginia don't currently have the excuse of being under a genocide. Like, it's crazy to deploy like queer people in this way, to be like, this is why we should genocide the entirety of Palestine, including the queer people as well. Like there's like a website that I keep seeing about, like, it shows like those like the pins of like of queer people in Gaza, and it's just like heartbreaking stories of like, I don't know where my family is. I don't know if we're gonna live until tomorrow. This was like early, like December and January 2024, right? Like we heard from queer people who lived in Gaza, and their concern was about, I don't know if I'm going to live tomorrow because Israel is literally bombing my apartment complex. Israel is bombing my neighborhood. I don't know if I'm going to live. We don't have to make this up. We don't have to imagine this. We know that this is the case. Like it's insane. What, did I say anything wrong? No, you said you didn't say anything wrong at all. Like that's like this is the it's so insanely frustrating that like liberals are still doing this. I don't have any words.
Because the gay people
you might not think it matters,
Israeli bombs.
You might not think it matters. Yes, but you're the one saying that I would vote for them 1,000 times over. I agree with you.
Right now, as I have, they would tell you that the number one problem is not Hamas, it's Israel. There are Palestinians whose family members
there are lots of Palestinians who think Hamas
that are from different. Yes, exactly.
I love how he's just like discounting the fact that there are Palestinians who like Israel is their main and primary concern, and it's just like, yeah, but there are Palestinians who also hate Hamas. And there are also Palestinians who are joining Hamas. What about those Palestinians? They're joining Hamas because of what Israel is doing. This is tokenization. This is like definitionally tokenization. It's just like, yeah, I'm not going to look at the totality of the way that Palestinians operate or engage with the world. It's just that, like, I know a few Palestinians who are like, I really hate Hamas a lot. Marriage was illegal in most Western countries 15 years ago. Yeah, it was legal in America. It wasn't legal in America. Or at least it wasn't recognized in America. Still not recognized. Certain districts or municipalities, but it's a different conversation.
There are Palestinians from different factions, right? There are Palestinians that are engaging in tribal conflict and sectarian conflict, sometimes with Hamas. And yet they will always tell you,
maybe this is why you've been banned.
The number one problem from the Palestinian perspective is, of course, the occupying forces, is, of course, the country that is maintaining an apartheid, the nuclear armed nation that has not only just done a genocide in the last 3 years, but also maintained an apartheid for the last 80 at this point. This is the reason why a lot of people...
You can believe that Israel has committed unbelievably appalling atrocities. You can even believe it's committed evil atrocities. You can even believe that it's committed a genocide while still believing that Hamas is morally and politically appalling, that you wouldn't say that I would vote for them 1,000 times over Israel because it deliberately targets civilians. It deliberately targets civilians as an organization.
Wait, yes, you would. If you think Israel's doing a genocide, then like if there's an entity that's not committing a genocide, I can see how you would come to the conclusion you would vote for them over the genocide committer. No, for sure. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Genocide seems like a fine red line to draw. That seems consistent to me.
It rejects coexistence and is fundamentally authoritarian and theocratic.
But here's the problem. Israel mathematically deliberately targets and destroys the lives of a far larger number.
True.
So it's just a utilitarian measure.
Do we think that Palestinians are human beings? I think you and I don't disagree on this. They're human beings.
But do you think the Nazis are worse than the Israeli government? You think the Nazis are worse than the Israeli government, right?
That is a completely different conversation. This is a deflection, by the way. This is a complete deflection because he cannot actually engage with the substance of the argument, right? Because he knows Hassan is correct on this, so he just deflects.
Let me ask you this question. If one government has killed 1,000 times more, if not more than 1,000 times more civilians, as opposed to the other party, of course you're going to say
you
one
compare
party
the Israelis to the Nazis, but you would accept the Nazis were worse than what the Israeli government has done.
So far, the Nazis, of course, are worse than what the Israeli government has done. However, my fear, and this is the reason why genocide is not measured in how successful it was in wiping out an entire population, but instead genocide nowadays, the statute itself is measured not with the actions alone, but also with the intent, because the whole purpose of the genocide statute is to stop a genocide.
Do you think this might be, Hassan, right? Why you've, and again, I don't agree with the fact you've been banned, but maybe this is why you've been banned.
That's a crazy moment to say maybe this is why you've been banned.
What? That doesn't even make any sense.
Because I just described the genocide statute and why Israel is 1,000 times worse objectively than Hamas is by any measure that you could fucking point to. And this is a matter of international law. So basically, at this point, you're giving the game away. You're like, I can't defend my position while maintaining and upholding liberal values that I'm supposed to be championing here. So it's, I guess, the reason why you should be banned.
But he's a coward, so he won't say that. He won't say, Hassan, I think that you should be banned because of this or that or this or that. You know what I mean?
Okay, there you have it. That's my point. And that's actually, unironically, the thing that you opposed when you tweeted about how you think Shabana Mahmoud is in the wrong. This is it. This is the extent of liberal humanitarianism, internationalism. There's no commitment there. And this is how a society crumbles. This is how liberalism falls by the wayside and fascism comes into power. This is it. That's literally what's going on. You're like, oh, well, I don't agree with you, and you actually made me feel bad, so you should be banned, I guess. Like, that's it. That's the whole point. You can't do that. If we're going to uphold principled free speech, then you can't turn around and be like, well, I disagree with you. You know, Your dialectic is exposing his inherent contradictions and cognitive dissonance. Exactly. It's just totally ridiculous. I know we're gonna get to Israel being bombed currently in a second. Okay, I know Iran is bombing Israel while we're having this comparison. While we're watching this debate,
you openly support. Maybe ultimately this is why.
I'll get to it.
Gotta pee.
Again, I don't support your banning. But maybe the British government has decided, you know what?
Support it a little bit.
You know, no, I don't. I don't agree with a lot of what you say, but I'm absolutely happy for you to come to Britain.
Opinion on this.
Shabana Mahmood has a different view, clearly, or at least the Home Office does, and maybe that's why, because ultimately they think that we don't need this guy over here openly praising an organisation which this government has prescribed and which is a terrorist organisation at a time when we do have a rising problem and an appalling problem with anti-Semitic violence in this country.
Ironically enough, the last time I was at Oxford Union, I delivered a speech extensively on anti-Semitism being the canary in the coal mine of fascism and how we must always oppose it. Since then, my opinion hasn't shifted on this issue. I think it's morally repugnant, it's odious, and it's wrong. Simply put, it's just the wrong calculation. Because there are some people who will say, oh, well, a lot of Jewish people support Israel. Why don't you just oppose Jews? Are you too afraid to say it? And I always tell them, like, this is not the case, because Jews are not a monolith. No group of individuals are a monolith. If Jews were monolithic in their approach to Israel, then there wouldn't be a multi-million-dollar propaganda initiative that specifically targets young American Jews. I don't know how it is in the UK, but young American Jews, and indoctrinate them into Zionism early on, which has been failing spectacularly, which is part of the reason why a lot of people attack me, I think, because, you know, I have a lot of anti-Zionist Jews in my community, and I'm, you know, proud to stand by them. And the point that I want to make here is this. You might disagree with my assessment on or the evolution of Hamas's tactics, for example, switching from military targets exclusively to civilian targets. I oppose that.
I think killing civilians under any circumstances is wrong, whether it's Israelis or Hamas doing it.
I don't think he actually thinks that. So we'll get to the link in a second. I want to finish this off, and then we'll hop over to shouting out the...
Israel's 1,000 times worse than Hamas.
No, I think the principle...
chuffed? I don't know. I pronounce it chuffed.
Well, it's the same. I think the principle is the same. I don't think I'm not a utilitarian, clearly, in the same way that you are, Hassan. I don't think that just because you kill
do you disagree that Israel has killed 1,000 times more civilians than Hamas?
I don't know what the statistics are, but I would accept completely that Israel has killed lots of civilians, and it's absolutely heinous. But unlike you, I would draw a moral equivalence between those acts. But you seem to be willing to more because you're attached to a sort of anti-colonial ideology.
70,000 with the overwhelming
you are willing to basically dismiss one and favour the other, and I'm not. That's the difference between us.
I don't think you're not favoring either party. I think that there is a level.
I think murder of civilian is wrong. Full stop. I don't see it as an anti-colonial struggle. I think it's wrong. Full stop. I don't think it gets them anywhere.
Country. There's a level of understandable sympathy demonstrated by people in Western society, especially towards a country that has been a cooperative ally for a very long time. I totally understand that. It's a byproduct of our social conditioning. We look to a country, and you've mentioned it over and over again. You keep saying, well, it's a democratic process. A democratic process.
It's like it doesn't make sense because you can't draw a moral equivalency when like the death toll is so high on one side. You can't just be like, oh, these are equal at this point, you know? Like if I steal $1 from you and somebody else steals $1 million from you, you can't say that we did an equivalent theft. Like that's just not how that works.
There's a democracy in Israel, and I keep telling you that it's an apartheid system, so their democratic process is irrelevant.
There are literally Arab-Israeli parties in the Knesset. You didn't get that in apartheid South Africa.
I know, and
so it's not the same, is it?
No, there's varying degrees. There's varying degrees of brutality.
You're just like, so it's not exactly the same, 1-to-1. Checkmate.
Here that we're talking about. You're referencing only Israel proper, and I guess the extension now with the settlement project as well. But Israel isn't just Tel Aviv and the Israel that we point to. Israel is a singular sovereign occupant state that dominates the lives of the almost 10 million Palestinians that live there, both in the West Bank and in Gaza. Gaza is a hermetically sealed open-air prison. It's being bombed and is being genocided and ethnically cleansed. And the West Bank has been an occupied state, illegally occupied, mind you, militarily, where the citizens don't have any rights whatsoever. They have separate roads, separate license plates. They constantly have to go through this bureaucratic nightmare, this security tyranny that they've created for the Palestinians in their ancestral
Just on British
homeland.
politics, Hassan, because I know I'm running out of time. What would your message be to the Home Secretary, Shabana Mahmood? Do you want to be let back into Britain?
Yes, I do. I think it's terrifying that the Labour government is.
I thought it froze.
His Western mind is stuck at a reformist view. He got overwhelmed and was like, "All right, let's move on." This is why I also said to the chatters, you didn't fucking defend yourself. Are you kidding me? Does it seem like I was fucking frazzled in any way, shape, or form? No, I went in there, stood 10 toes down on my principles, and accurately reflected on historical events that unfolded leading up to October 7 and how they are absolutely relevant, showcased, in my opinion, the moral inconsistency between arguments that focus on the optics and the civility of the conversation, and the conversations that actually center around the feelings of people who want to defend the apartheid state. It's ridiculous. Miles Dyer says, I usually respect your interviewing skills, Lewis. You listen well, ask fair questions, and avoid cheap point scoring, but this one frustrated me. Hassan deserves scrutiny, but too often his points seem mischaracterized rather than properly engaged with. And you still won the audience over, even with the muting of your mic and cutting of your responses. Kill it. Yeah, you killed a king. Yeah, 100%. Of course, dude. Here's the thing.
Excuse me.
If you don't allow, if every moment that you are allowed to speak, you actually fucking end up getting your points across, they can't censor everything. Right? I also demonstrated patience. I didn't fucking get like angry or anything. I didn't yell. I didn't lose my cool. Right? I was cool, calm, and collected, and I stuck to the facts. And notice how there is no pushback here.
Yeah, pretty much.
He's not cutting me off and being like, "Well, how could you say?"
Because they talk about something else. But yeah, that's the conversation that Hassan had 2 days ago. Apparently, Lewis is being eaten alive in the comments. So that's that conversation. Here, where's it at? Just had it open. Where's it at? I'll put it in the Discord too, because we have a Discord section for where's it at? I don't know what it's called. I think funding links. But I had no problem sending the message and shouting it out on the stream. Help Abed and his family build a new future. 23-year-old from northern Gaza. 13K out of 50K. So if you actually read the comments, I'll show you some of the comments as well in a second. Even though I told you never to look at the comments, you never read the comments. I'll read the comments this one time. But if you have the means to drop a few. Yeah. Also, it'll be in the Discord. I'm pretty sure we have a section in the Discord. So check our skipping. You have the cap. Goes from 1310 to 1340. It picks up when you turn the cap off. It's because you had it too low. Oh, you're right. It does skip. Oh. That sucks. But anyway, I don't even think I have the thing open still. All I know is that here. Release the full interview. You cut the most important parts. Don't want to be compared to Nazis. Don't do what Nazis did. Lewis, Hassan, well, I think, Lewis, no, you're wrong. Losing a debate after putting your thumb on a scale with a thumbnail that's turning down your opponent's audio is truly breathtaking. Why is it edited, not released in full? People often talk about the Holocaust like it happened one day. It was a definite start. One day there was no Holocaust. Next day there was one. There's a ramping up to fascism. It was a process. True. 100%. That's 100% the case. Are there any like positive comments here? I'm South African. Apartheid South Africa had Indian colored members in the parliament. The idea that democracy and apartheid are not compatible is wild. The apartheid government made the same claims about being democratic. I mean, yeah, this is pretty much mid-sentence. Even in addition to cutting out the most important parts, this elaboration is quite shameful in my opinion. No positive for Lewis. Is that why he's coping on Twitter? Shame on you guys for cutting his answers lower his mic. This was not supposed to. This was supposed to be a good faith discussion. Hassan kept it up on his end of the deal. You did not. This is just conspiratorial nonsense. There was no edit. Why would we even put out a full? Why would we have put out the full 50 minutes? Only minor changes about tidying up the when the Zoom fell off and a few audio tie-ups for quality purpose reasons. It was a full unmediated conversation, and I got the impression that we both enjoyed. I and others don't believe that it's conspiratorial nonsense when multiple examples were given where the answers were cut out or muted. Also, the comments on here, as well as YouTube, where folks are agreeing, were there before Hassan watched the video live. Well, people who believe in conspiracies never do, but there were no attempts to change our conversation here. It was robust and interesting. One that I think, which made me think, I'm sorry if few people have saw it for whatever reason to misinterpret it, but that's 2026 for you. I mean, it was obviously some things that were cut. Like, I don't know what it was, but there were obviously certain things that were cut. This is just the case. My stomach is rumbling.
That. How could you say that? Don't you think the Democrats are doing a great job? No, of course not. No interruptions now. Well, he does hit me at the end with the homo-fascism line too. Early on, where they said James Carville straight up came out as a Democratic consultant, worked with the Clinton.
Is this really that important? I don't know what Progressive Victory is doing. I did see Digital Ground Game yelling at Hassan or whatever, being like, debate Destiny or whatever. Today is Destiny 2's final update. For those wondering why political war gets discussed, we offer two reasons. Everything is politics. So as long as the economic system provides a for-profit mechanism for developers to create art, such a belief for faded games we grow care for. So we modeled much of our community approach off Bungie. Sure. Destiny 2 has something that we all cared about. We even at one point explored doing an initiative and partner with layoff developers to try to unionize Bungie. We want to take today to officially say thank you, Bungie, for incredible developers and community creators for. Wait, okay, it's crazy to thank Bungie. We talked about unionizing with Bungie's laid off employees, laid off developers. But sure, thank you, Bungie, for the incredible developers and the community and creators more broadly. That together inspired us to take time and time again. Inspired us time and time again. We hope this isn't the end of Destiny 2. Here's a small list of some of the people that we want to give even a special thank you for directly inspiring some of the ways we do things. Okay, it's got a whole 430 likes. Is the end of Destiny 2? Destiny 3, maybe, sure. Is Destiny, I think it's still around, right? I don't think it's like being shut down. Just no more updates are being applied to it. Also, two based baddie. Thank you for the 3 months. You want a Bungie CEO keeps his cloud car collection.
Show your belly. It doesn't matter because the people will recognize how devastating the Trump administration is. There's this attitude.
Progressive Victory sucks. Listen, I've been on that train for a while. I'm confused. Their political war. Why are you talking about games? Well, they said everything's political. So everything's political or whatever. I don't freaking know, bro.
To like where I think some centrist Democrats want to punish the public so that they come to terms with how devastating the Trump administration is, and then there's no other option other than harm reduction voting, which clearly demonstrably failed as a theory in the last election cycle. I find that to be morally repugnant, and I find that to be far too conciliatory to the needs of the growing fascist movement, because I see the danger of MAGA fascism.
I just have to ask you.
And I'm not alone in this either.
No,
There's
I'm sure.
a lot of people.
I just have to ask you this. I did notice this week when looking at some of the things that you've been talking about recently. I know that one of your favoured candidates for Nancy Pelosi's congressional seat, she's obviously the former speaker. She's standing down after many years since she was elected in 1986, I think. And the Dems, obviously, it's a plum seat in San Francisco, in California, where you are now. And I think that the person that you were supporting failed to progress the other day against two other candidates.
Yeah.
And I think you used to work for AOC, and you said it's just effing rich liberals who just want homo-fascism in this country. That's it. They want gay fascism. They want gay techno-fascism. What did you mean by that? What's gay techno-fascism?
Wasn't necessarily just about San Francisco, though, and it wasn't about Shoykat's race in general. I think it was more so about some of the California liberals that, unlike the rest of the country, are not as...
I will say, I'll take the L on Nithya. I didn't think Nithya was going to pull it through and win. I'll take the L on that. I can always be correct. I thought she was going to get cooked. So no one did. Yeah, apparently there's also a clip of Asmongold being like, "Ha ha ha, Hassan's candidate in LA lost." Nithya is still an L, and Karen Bass mirror match. Nobody realizes it. I think some people do realize it, right? But I will say, I will take my L. I did think that she was going to lose and not even make it to the top two. I can admit when I'm wrong. Do you think she'll beat Bass? I thought she would. It depends. It depends. I think that she has a chance of beating Bass if she doesn't pull a Kamala Harris. Right? You know how Kamala Harris basically was like, I'm the exact same thing as Joe Biden. I am Joe Biden. He is me. You know what I mean? If she already did, yeah, but she can pull back from that if she tries to separate herself out from Karen Bass a little bit more. She has to go far left. Like, actually, she has to legitimately go far left. She has to like completely separate herself from the center, which Karen Bass occupies. She will not like. Karen Bass will win if she positions Nithya as basically just her. Right? Because Karen Bass has the normalcy that California craves for. California hates anything good. California hates anything new and good, and they love the old and stale. And so if Karen Bass can position Nithya as like just being her but worse and less experienced, I think Karen Bass can win. Right? But Nithya has to actually be a new transformative candidate and position herself as like, I will actually be something that's better for Los Angeles. And I don't know if she can do that or not. I actually don't know. I don't have a take on that. I have to see how she reacts. Bass already positioning herself as more center. I think that's good for Bass. And it does Nithya like, because Nithya was endorsing like Karen Bass like 2 weeks ago. Like, if she pulls a Kamala Harris, she's cooked like Kamala Harris was cooked, right? She needs to actually separate herself out from the center. That's why I would think if she wins or doesn't win, how it kind of feels.
We're not as activated, rather, as some of these other places where people are demanding more.
What's gay techno-fascism?
What I'm referencing, of course, is the comfort that they have with like what level of progressive politics that they're open to. It's not a secret that, Peter Thiel, Sam Altman, numerous Silicon Valley tech CEOs are bringing about this new techno-feudalist dystopia that we're currently living under, and they themselves are open-minded, or rather libertarian, when it comes to certain qualities, like certain civil liberties, obviously LGBTQ liberties, and maybe abortion protections. But everything else outside of that, whether it be immigrants' rights or anti-black racism, Islamophobia, they will throw that by the wayside. These are not issues that they necessarily care about. And what I'm referencing there is a pink-washed version of the type of fascism that some wealthy liberals are comfortable with.
Although, again, we know what would have happened to gays under fascist regimes, don't we?
Yes, no, I think it's very dangerous. I think, well, it's the same principle behind like Jewish cooperators with the Trump administration as well. Like, this is a real warning for every marginalized group that thinks that tokens don't get spent at the end of the day. These guys are inevitably going to oppose all of these groups when there's a better opportune time. So I think we have to fight back with intersectionality and fight back fast and fight back hard.
Is it easy to have intersectionality when you're warning about homo-fascism?
Yes, of course.
Doesn't sound very intersectional.
Well, if you think that my warnings about
what like, I mean, it's just like optics and optics related. Also, this is what I was talking about, by the way. Right, digital ground game is like, hey Hassan, we are well aware of your high respected research views, and we're happy to facilitate a debate between you and Destiny. Digital ground game has raised over $250,000 for canvassing and voter outreach. If you're willing to demonstrate that Steven is wrong, we'll dedicate one of our future canvassing events to a candidate or cause of your choosing. This is just kind of cringe. Like, if you're like actually like care about these issues, you wouldn't necessarily co-sign a candidate you don't agree with. Kinda. I mean, yeah, it's super great. Like, hey Hassan, we'll actually sell out all of our morals and stuff that we believe. You know what I mean? I'm not even calling it homo-fascist because it's not like we're asking for this. I mean, I guess, but like I think it's like more or similarly akin to. Again, I think it's fine for you to have an issue with that term being used. I think it's fine, right? The way I view it as like, more of like, this is like people who are marginalized not understanding that you assigning yourself with fascism, right, is not going to benefit you specifically, right? And it will inevitably end with you being thrown out of the movement, right? You know what I mean? And so I do understand the overarching point. I think it's fine for you to draw an issue with the term. You're just using us as a shield to deflect. I think that's only part of it, though, right? There are like queer people who are assigning themselves with fascism, right? This happens a lot with like white queer people because they would align with whiteness and white supremacy because they think that gives them an out when dealing with queer phobia. The same way that you see sometimes with like black men will assign themselves with like the patriarchy to hopefully like not get hit with like racism or whatever. It's like marginalized people like putting apart some parts of their identity in order to align with other things because, you know, it's beneficial for them. You know? We're out being watching Peter Thiel's gay. I mean, that's kind of what I'm describing, you know? Is that like they think like, oh well, like, you know, Peter Thiel can't be a fascist because he's gay, or you know, that kind of thing, right? Could Hassan be more precise in his language? Yeah, but that's kind of the idea behind what he's talking about. You know. Anyway, you also, you know, yada yada yada. The debate will be moderated and judged by 5 independent experts from historians, political scientists, and economists, with no personal investment in either participant. We're asking for nothing in return. The stakes are low. You have nothing to lose and everything to gain. I mean, this you want to be legitimized. Kind of what this is. To make things as comfortable as possible, you're welcome to choose a topic you discuss extensively: Israel, Palestine, capitalism versus centralized economic systems. A thinker with decades of research behind his position shouldn't have any trouble securing a free win, which will help advance his political agenda. Like, this is just, they do benefit from this. This is clout. Like, hey, give us clout, please. Give us clout, please. Yum, yum, yum. Clout.
Liberal cooperation with a fascist movement by the likes of Peter Thiel and Sam Altman is actually homophobic. I guess we can have a conversation around that. I don't think so, and neither does my audience. My entire community is queer.
Is okay. Sam Altman gay? I've heard differing opinions on this. He has a husband? Does he? I don't know what Sam Alvin, but I have heard differing opinions on it.
JMINTB just subscribed.
Weird.
When do we think the ban will be lifted, if ever?
The more you know. Happy Pride. We have Peter Thiel and Sam Altman as representation. To be fair, we have like Kanye West. You know what I mean? So like, he doesn't have a husband. He's like Dave Rubin. If that clarifies, it does. It does clarify. Like Dave Rubin, as in like the guy who invited his homophobic colleagues to his gay wedding, and they said, "No, we're not going to your gay wedding because you're gay." This is a real thing that happened, by the way. Dave Rubin invited Ben Shapiro to his wedding, and Ben Shapiro was like, "I'm not going to your gay wedding. You're gay." And he still doesn't realize that like he's not wanted in that movement, and that maybe it is a bad idea to engage with that movement because these are your colleagues. Like, oh, he realizes. But yeah, I think it's kind of exactly what we're talking about, right? He's like, he does realize, but like it benefits him, and so he's fine with it. You know. So I think that's the sort of like gay fascism that Hassan is like talking about here. Like Dave Rubin aligns himself with fascism, even though he's gay, because he's a fascist and he likes fascism. He's for fascism because he benefits from it. You know? There's this new trend where people are following Europeans touring the US during their World Cup trip. No, I have not. Is that the first Waffle House experience at 1 a.m.? Great food, great prices, friendly staff. 10 out of 10. Will it be coming back? Oh, Lord, geez Louise. Food is good, though. They at least got it right. I love you have the white guy with dreads just chilling back here. White House. Waffle House staple. Beautiful. 10 out of 10, no notes. His account page is actually cool. They're really traveling about. Oh, they went to a Walmart. We paid the ultimate price for not spending $3 on a locker during river tubing yesterday. Our shoes are still soaked and unusable. Time for shoe shopping at Walmart. It's actually pretty funny. But I hate this guy and all Europeans and everybody coming for the World Cup because they're the reason that my flight to Los Angeles cost $600 one way. Oh, he went to a freestyle machine too. And a Wendy's. How am I supposed to choose from all this? This is overwhelming me. This is Ryan Coogler. I'm not a big soda person, but when they started to let you mix and match, I got involved with that. Hold on. I'll show you the clip.
When you were a kid, what did you eat at the movies?
Oof.
What? Tell me about your movie experience. What would you bring stuff in, sneak stuff in? Would you get it there?
His braids are crisp.
I cannot confirm or deny any snack smuggling. But if I did, I might have brought a peanut butter and jelly sandwich or two. You know what I mean? Like that was what I would do if I was into that. My go-to was peanut M&Ms. I'm not a big soda person, but like when they started to let you mix and match the drinks, I got involved with that.
When you were a kid, what did you eat at the movies?
Oof.
What? Tell me about.
This is funny. I love this clip. What's going on right now? It's a nice to see cultural exchange for things Americans take for granted. Yeah, like Waffle House and Walmart. I did get involved with that. But I am a big soda. Mall work. I am a big soda person now. If you know me, you know that I am a huge soda person. I just got involved with this. So yeah, I just started using this word. Canada Dry, strawberry fruit splash, 0 sugar. So good. It's so good. Not sponsored, but Canada Dry, hit me up. Hit me up. Delicious. The sugar, what are you scared of? No, I drink too much soda. I can't do sugar. It's a problem. It's an issue with it. Is that not for old people? Canada Dry? No. If you're black, you gotta have freaking Canada Dry. You try the blackberry one? No. I hate the black. I have the blackberry one downstairs. It's disgusting. Dr. Pepper blackberry, gross. Dr. Pepper cream soda, good. Dr. Pepper strawberry and cream, good. Dr. Pepper 0 sugar, Mace Basic, good. This is the crappy aspirin. I don't even know how you pronounce it, but it's delicious. You can taste it in some sodas. Like you never get. First of all, don't drink Coke anyway. But like Pepsi, 0 sugar, bad. Baja Blast is not as good as the main soda. I don't like the blackberry one. I do not like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. I'm just not a fan. AW cream, 0 sugar is dangerous. That'd be a little racist. Maybe a little bit. European 0 sodas taste way better because of stevia. I don't go to Europe, so. Ever had condensed milk to Dr. Pepper? No. What if you keep talking about putting milk in Dr. Pepper? Are you weird? Are you weird people? You were just in France? I was in France like over a year ago. Ever had cream soda? I've had like a root beer float. Not the same. I better have some ice cream. Oh, I don't want some ice cream. Root beer float now, or like a soda float or something. I do like cream soda, and I think about it. It does taste good. But I'm not adding milk though. Why would I want milk with my sodas? I'm to Belize. I've never been to Belize. My brother went to Belize. I get to go to Belize. My next stop on my trip is in Japan. I'm hoping to go to Japan maybe this December. For college or for fun? For fun. I did not go to not going to college. You've been to Japan? No. I've never been to Japan. I've only been outside the country twice. Once is to Spain, and once is to France. So both times I went to Europe. I still want to go to Japan. I want to go to Korea. I can tell you which one. Got him. Sorry. I'll head up China at one point. Which do you prefer? Between France and Spain? It depends on what do you mean prefer? African countries? I want to go. I can't go to Senegal because my ex wanted to go to Senegal. She's going to go to Senegal because she's like half Senegalese. So I can't go there. I don't want to go to Cameroon and then Sierra Leone. I heard South Africa is beautiful. Just go. I'm not going now. Like you'll run into her or her family or something. I don't know. Maybe they'll recognize me. What else? That's probably somewhere else. Ethiopia, Kenya. Her Kenya has delicious fish. Check in with her if you go to Senegal. She's not even there right now. Anyway, that's it. That's the take. And that's the stream today. I might be back on my second channel though. When I think about it. I'm gonna go get some food. I want to go make some Salisbury steak. I'm gonna go to Ghana. Ooh. Interesting. That's it. Thank you to my one viewer for being here. Shout out my one viewer. That's it. So one viewer about your third account? Maybe. Anyway, I'm out. Adios, amigos. Oh, also, bye YouTube chat. I forgot I was live on YouTube the entire day. But I didn't miss anything. Nope, no new super chat or mentions. All right, bye YouTube chat.